should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey, y'all. Thank you for being here this Saturday. It's wonderful to see you. Blue Jay, I hope they find all of those babies that are missing. Good to see you. Shelby, it's great to see you. Karen, it's good to see you. And I'm glad that Connie, I'm sure that Connie had a wonderful heavenly birthday. Thank you for letting us know that it was her heavenly birthday. Tom, good to see you. Hannah, good to see you. Southern Cats, Mustang 1965. Peaches McClure, good to see you. And thank you for being here. Hio, True Crime Guardians with Hio, good to see you. Brown Eyed Butterfly, great to see you. Snarky Pants and Monica, thank you for being here. Tanya and the D, thank you for being here. Brenda, good to see you. How's your baby doing today? Please let me know. I've been concerned and praying this evening and last night. I was real worried. And good to see you. Thank you for being here. Cindy from sunny South Florida, good to see you. And thank you for being here. Kim Beasy and Jenny Jen, thank you for being here. It's great to see y'all. I did put up a poll, weather rain, good to see you. Because I have 2 charging documents and y'all are about neck and neck. So let me say whatever one we don't go over today, we can go over another day. In case no word. Oh, good gracious. I'm sorry, love. Try to get in contact with his friends. Mustang, I'm not getting storms and rain yet, but I probably need to check that because I've got clothes on the line. So I need to make sure that if it's going to rain, I get them off the line. All right. Let's go over here. I don't know if I have any motivational videos for the day. I'm sure I do. Hold on. So, with the Audrii Cunningham documents, in case you didn't, just to let you know, that's one of the FOIAs that I submitted. And I do have the incident report, but they've told me it's going to be like some months before they get done redacting everything. So I'm waiting on that. Okay, we can do why love triggers wounds this morning. So let's hear why love triggers trauma wounds. I apologize. Oh, it might help.
It's going to always marry somebody that's going to trigger for you every unhappiness that you ever had in your childhood. So when we find somebody to be in a relationship with, it happens on 2 levels. One level is I find them attractive, they're humorous, they're fun to be with, there's a commonality. That's important. But underneath it, there's something else. Underneath it, there's a looking for the love that we never got in the first place. So relationships very much a matter of growing up together, if that can happen. But I guarantee you, when you marry somebody, you're going to find both your dreams and your worst nightmare.
That's profound, that we're all seeking, subconsciously, we're seeking our parents' dysfunction.
Yeah, because that's where we wanted the love.
13 News at 9 starts now with
I
breaking
thought that
news.
was, hold on.
We didn't.
I thought that was very profound, a really profound thing to talk about and say. So, yeah, I need to work on getting some more. I've been working on a side project. So I'll start with what I have on Jack and Lilly Sullivan. I've got a couple of videos and I've got some articles. I will start with an article while we figure out what documents you guys would like to go over today. And let me know. Okay, I've got everything pulled up that we need. Alrighty, let me see. 56% is yes and 44% is no right now. If we go over Tyler Robinson's documents, I'll change the thumbnail. I saw that some people were putting out, like, you know, what they thought, like, you know, an example of kind of what the text said. And Hio is the one who got them. Let me go over here and grab her link. Hold on. She's the one who got the charging documents, and I was able to get them from her. So again, if you are not subscribed to her channel, please do so, because she has been going over that stuff. And she's also been talking about the David and Celeste Reeves case. Reeves? So definitely check her out. I don't go over that case because I have a different take on stuff like that not many people would probably agree with me on, so I chose to stay away from that one. You can call me whatever you like. Call me my legal name. Hey, Stephanie, good to see you. You're welcome. Yeah, make sure you guys check her out for the David case, and because she gets the documents. All right. So we are going to start at 12:50. Where's my pen? On Jack and Lilly Sullivan. In case you didn't know, the RCMP is deploying cadaver dogs, which I'm wondering if they still think that they're in the woods and that decomposition has set in enough so that they can possibly find them now. Hey, Mrs. North, good to see you. All right, so this article is from the CBC, and it says the RCMP say cadaver dogs will be deployed to search for missing Nova Scotia children. Dogs are trained to pick up scents of human remains. Here is a video we can watch on the situation from 21 hours ago.
One of the greatest things about the CFA designation is that it truly is global.
Half months after Lilly and Jack Sullivan went missing from their home in Pictou County, the RCMP says it will send in cadaver dogs trained to pick up the scent of human remains. This is something that family members, including Lilly and Jack's stepfather, have been asking for. So why now? At a news briefing on Friday, an RCMP spokesperson said that although they don't have any information to suggest the children are deceased, they have to consider all avenues. Police say they've been looking into a variety of leads over the course of the investigation, and that they now plan to use the dogs in an area where they believe there is the highest probability of finding Lilly and Jack.
Okay, but how do they know that specific area is the highest probability of finding Lilly and Jack? I have questions. Curious, Christine said, can you guys believe after all that searching, Travis was right there? Maybe it's the same with the kids. Maybe. I remember the searcher that had been a searcher for about 25 years saying that she genuinely thinks that they're in those woods. It would be, I don't know, kind of hard, because if they find them, that means they're deceased, which wouldn't be good. But if they don't find them, then more than likely, statistically, they're being trafficked, which also isn't good. So what would be the better outcome? That's a hard question.
2 dogs and 2 RCMP officers trained in locating human remains are coming from BC to conduct the search. The children's paternal grandmother, Belinda Gray, says she's happy to see the dogs being deployed, but she still questions what took so long. 8.5 square kilometers of dense woods near their home have already been searched, but until now, only dogs that can trace human scent but not human remains had been used. It's unclear when the search will begin.
Okay, why hadn't we put cadaver dogs out there either? And with Belinda talking about, she's wondering why it took so long. I am as well. It took them 2 weeks to even pull trail cam footage from around the area. Like, yeah, what's taking so long? What are we doing? Donna, good to see you. Why haven't they already deployed the dogs? Great question. I'm wondering that myself. The other videos I've come across have been very misleading. I'm sorry, Kim. A lot of people jumped on this case, and because there's no answers, they make up answers. Remember the 17 shooter search where it took YouTubers to find him? Yeah, YouTubers have helped, but it's not very often that they actually help and are able to solve, help bring closure to a case.
It won't be this weekend. Police say they're keeping the details close to their chest to protect officer safety and not compromise the investigation. Andrew Sampson, CBC News, Halifax.
Oh, hold on. No, thank you. Okay. Blue Jay says, seems like the dogs would have tracked Travis down to me. I think that was purposely done to get money to put in the wallets. You think so? Like the funding for the searching, they were doing it on purpose? It's a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out. Hey, Crime Time, good to see you. Hannah said they had to get them from other provinces. Nova Scotia doesn't have any cadaver dogs. I didn't know that, and that's interesting. I still wonder why it took quite so long, I don't know. It seems like they could have got them there relatively quickly. I mean, it's been like since May. The article reads, cadaver dogs will soon scour for 2 children who disappeared from rural Nova Scotia more than 4 months ago. But RCMP maintained they do not have reason to believe Lily and Jack Sullivan are deceased. Lily, 6, and Jack, 4, were reported missing on May 2nd when police received a 911 call from their mother saying they had wandered away from the home in Lansdowne Station, a sparsely populated community in Pictou County about 140 kilometers northeast of Halifax. Hold on just a minute. I need to shut this door. My children left it open, and Mr. Speculating is watching TV. Hey, can you shut that door when you go out? Okay. Thank you, baby. Yeah, almost 5 months. It's not a good excuse. I agree. Hey, Indy, good to see you. Rhonda, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Their disappearance sparked an extensive grid search that spanned 8.5 square kilometers of mostly dense woods and involved about 160 ground search and rescue volunteers, service dogs, drones, and helicopters. But cadaver dogs trained to pick up the scent of human remains were not deployed during that search, which is interesting. RCMP scrutiny. Okay. On Friday, police said there are searches planned, but would not say where and when, citing safety concerns. They did confirm the searches will not happen this weekend. During a media availability Friday, Corporal Tremblay said police have taken a number of investigative avenues, including ground searches, following up on more than 800 tips, and reviewing more than 8,000 videos. Deploying cadaver dogs is a next step in the investigation, he said. Quote, what's important to remember is that at this time, we don't have any definitive information to support that the children are deceased. But we have to keep our minds open and look at all investigative avenues, said Tremblay. There is another example of utilizing all services that are available to our officers, and we have to remain patient. I know the public, our officers, want to know what happened, and we're not going to stop until we find out what happened. There's Belinda, the paternal grandmother of Lily and Jack Sullivan. Is everything okay? I just saw that. I saw that right now when I came live. I'm going to look into that, Rhonda. We'll see what we can find if we have time. Curious Christine said, it's like the body snatchers snatching up our kids. It's way out of control at this point, in my opinion. I agree. It's way out of control. Been out of control. The article continues, the children's paternal grandmother, Belinda Gray, said she wanted to jump up and down upon hearing the news on Friday. Gray has long called for cadaver dogs to be brought in. Nevertheless, she feels the investigation is not progressing quickly enough, and she's troubled by the lack of information being provided by police. Quote, they're finally doing something that, to me, should have been done a couple of months ago at least, said Gray, whose son Cody Sullivan is Jack and Lily's biological father, although he has not been in their lives for 3 years. Quote, it's really been a roller coaster. You get through your days and you just do the best you can, unquote. Daniel Martell, Lily and Jack's stepfather, says he also called for the RCMP to include cadaver dogs in the investigation. Quote, I'm actually pretty happy about that because it's been about 3 months I've been asking for them and it's just been delayed, said Martell. Martell says waiting for answers has taken a toll. It's physically exhausting, mentally exhausting, emotionally exhausting, but every day it's just you wake up and it's a new day, new hope, said Martell. Tremblay said police dogs that were deployed during previous searches are trained to pick up on the scent of a living person or someone who had recently died. Staff Sergeant Pike, program manager of the RCMP Police Dog Services Training Center in I don't know what, said human remain detection dogs are highly specialized and highly trained to detect the distinct odor of decomposition. None of the roughly 6 to 8 dogs that are in service in Canada are based in Nova Scotia, he said. There is one dog team on PEI, but they are not currently operational due to medical leave. Sergeant Dave Wellen and his dog Kit will join Luke Reddy and his dog Narc to conduct the searches over the coming days and weeks. RCMP said both are based in British Columbia. Hey, Lori, good to see you. A lot of times it's the parents don't know how to watch their children in some of the cases. Yeah, I mean, the parents have all passed polygraph tests and everybody involved has passed polygraph tests. But I mean, I don't know. I still don't believe they just wandered away and died out there. I don't know if I'm just suspicious. It would be weird to me to learn that they had wandered away and died out in the wilderness. Hey, Orange. Belinda is a very strong woman and she has been very patient with the RCMP. I agree with that 100%. I don't think I could have been. Okay. Speaking generally, Pike said cadaver dogs are usually brought in when there's reason to believe decomposition has taken place and other possibilities, such as the person wandering off, have been ruled out. He said the success of the dogs depends completely on whether the odor is present and being released. If the remains are somewhat airtight, the odor may be undetectable. There is no definitive timeline on how long the scent can remain detectable, as it depends on the size of the person and the environmental factors, said Pike. But he noted a case in which a dog uncovered material related to an investigation from two years later from the ocean floor at low tide. Wow. They're also able to detect scents underwater and underground. Even in challenging environments like septic fields or landfills, the dogs can be effective because human decomposition is unique. Quote, they don't rely on the visual. They will take us to the foliage. They will take us to those somewhat concealed or buried or whatnot areas. If there's odor present, the dogs will locate it, unquote, said Pike, who had been a dog handler for 25 years. In late August, the CBC asked the RCMP if cadaver dogs would be deployed, and a spokesperson said any searches for human remains will be based on information gathered through the ongoing investigation. Officers are continuing to assess information and forensic evidence, including that collected from the large search area, Cindy Bayer said in an email statement on August 25th. Those items include a pink blanket that was seized on Lansdowne Road early in the search. Court documents released in late August revealed that as of July 16th, investigators did not believe the case was criminal in nature. So I'm thinking if they are out there, cadaver dogs should be able to pick up the scent. One would think. But and then I think about the Dylan Ellers case. The dog hit on the water, but they didn't really search it if I can remember correctly. I do have one video, but it might be the one that we just watched. We'll see.
Are bringing in. We begin tonight with a development in the search for the missing Sullivan children. RCMP are bringing in specialized cadaver dogs to look for the pair who have been missing from their Pictou County home in Lansdowne Station since early May. CTV late anchor Bruce Frisco has been following today's developments. He joins us in the news center. Bruce, considerable pressure now on the police to offer any information on this case, hey?
Right you are, Todd. The force hosting a news conference this afternoon with widespread interest from right across the country. In fact, there are people, as you know, around the world who've been watching the case with keen interest, posting about it on social media. They're making YouTube videos. As you mentioned, 6-year-old Lily, 4-year-old Jack Sullivan reported missing May 2nd from their trailer home in Lansdowne Station, which is
It is a very rural area, and they talked about the trees being down from the hurricane, but I just don't, I don't know if I'll understand why they hadn't used cadaver dogs. I remember they had cadaver dogs out, not cadaver dogs, dogs out there in the beginning, and I guess I assumed, I thought for some reason they were cadaver dogs, really, it's been an issue of you couldn't locate any cadaver dogs to come there and search because I think that there's probably plenty of people that would volunteer to go up there and search that possibly had dogs. Southern Cat said, but didn't the canines lose their scent at the end of the driveway? I guess that was for human, like people that aren't dead, is what I'm understanding. They took dogs out there to locate like a person that was still alive but not deceased. But if the dogs lost the scent at the end of the driveway, that would tell me that the last time that they walked was when they got on or off the bus the days before. Then they would have gotten the car, which would have been relatively close to the house, basically walked the same pathway down the driveway from the house. So unless they were put in a car or they did go to the end of the drive, I don't know. Maybe because they hadn't been gone too long. But then I would think that, like, the dogs would pick up on it, you know? Yes, they use scent dogs as opposed to cadaver dogs early in the search. Yep, as opposed to cadaver dogs early in the search, yeah.
Rural area. The search effort, especially in those early days, was extensive. Hundreds of volunteers and experts combed and then recombed kilometers around the family home. And you may recall police dogs were part of those searches. What's changed now is the introduction of cadaver dogs. Simply put, they are specially trained to pick up on the scent of decomposing human remains, and they're generally very successful at finding it, whether it's underground, in water, or even ashes. The success rate is quite remarkable.
So that makes me feel like if they're out there, they're going to be found. And I'm wondering if they waited this long because the leaves are changing, as you see on my thumbnail, my background. That's not from recent times, but this time of year, the leaves change and fall off the tree. So maybe that's why they're going to try again. They'd be able to see better. They hadn't gone to school since Tuesday and were reported missing Friday. Yep. Smartass Patriot. Yep. Was the brother living on the property given a lie detector test? Well, they said that allegedly, we heard in the beginning that he lived there, but then there was nothing else said about him. So I don't know, Tammy. That's a good question. It's good to see you. It has all of us scratching our head. Absolutely, Cindy. Hey, the Jersey lady. Canada has 12 cadaver dogs and the U.S. has over 5,000. So again, why now? Why now? Yep, that brother all clean on the boots, relaxing on the quad. Yep. Where is he at? The success rate is interesting. I agree.
In Nova Scotia, back in 2017, there was a research study conducted with the medical examiner's office and the RCMP. This is kind of the building blocks of the human remains detection program for the RCMP. And when they did their study, I believe it was published in 2017, and their status for the training exercises was a 94% success rate.
I think I'd be very confident if we can get our dogs in the right area, that our dogs, even if it's been a hot, dry summer, that should be fine for us.
One is, why now? What's changed? Well, police insist there's been no definitive evidence that Jack and Lilly are in fact deceased, but they are obligated to explore that possibility. So that's why the dogs are being brought in now. And we should tell you, we're already seeing some reaction from family members. Paternal grandmother Belinda Gray quoted as saying she is thrilled that police are bringing in the specialized animals from out west, but adds it should have been done a few months ago. As to when they'll arrive, police will only say it is in the coming days. Todd.
All right, 819 tips, 80 interviews. We'll see if this provides any answers. Thank you, Bruce, in the news center.
So I saw that Daniel said in an interview that he's 100% sure they won't find anything out there, and that makes me super suspicious. I feel like they got new information and won't say what. But if they pass polygraph test, then what information could they have? Like, how is he passing a polygraph test yet the kids are out there, unless they genuinely did wander off on their own, Lori said, I'm wondering if they're skeletonized now. Would the dog smell them? Yes, they would. Hey, Lolas. Maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe fall. Yeah. Canada also has a sizable organization of non-law enforcement dogs and handlers, nonprofit, that will go search for free. Right, so why now? Unless it's because it's fall, I guess? You think Daniel knows? I would be curious as to how he passed a polygraph test if he knows something. The brothers just vanished from the news in this case, and that's questionable, especially considering that, you know, it's taken the RCMP so long to do things like this. It's like, did you look into the brother at all? Like, that is questionable to me as well. That's what is a big question. Why is the brother not being brought up? Not even a poly test, right? Hey, Mimi, good to see you. Saying 100% is weird. If he doesn't know, he can't say anything like that. It's weird. Well, maybe he's saying that because he's been going out. I know from what I heard, he's been going out and searching quite frequently the woods in the area around there. So maybe he feels like he searched it all. They actually smell the marrow in the bones until the marrow is all gone. Because they didn't put them on the property. Yeah. He believes his own story. That's how he passed. Possibly. Let's see what Uncle Google says. If you lying, but you believe your story can. I said, if you are lying, but you believe your story, can you pass a polygraph? Oof. Okay. This is not a reliable method. Can you deceive a polygraph test? The availability to pass a polygraph test when lying is a complex issue. While some individuals may believe their lies and still pass the test due to lack of psychological response to guilt, this is not a reliable method. Polygraphs are designed to detect psychological responses that indicate deceptions, even if the person believes they are lying. The test can still reveal inconsistencies in their psychological responses. In reality, the chances of passing a polygraph test when lying are very low. The test is not infallible, and false positives and false negatives are common. Factors such as anxiety, stress, and the use of medications can also affect the results. It's important to note that while lying to a polygraph test may seem like a clever way to avoid detection, it's not a valid strategy. The test is intended to measure psychological responses that indicate truthfulness or deception, and even a person who believes they are lying can still pass if they do not experience the typical psychological response to guilt. In conclusion, while it's possible to pass a polygraph test when lying, it's not a reliable method. The test is designed to detect physiological responses that indicate truthfulness or deception. And even a person who believes they are lying can still pass if they do not experience the typical physiological response to guilt. So basically, if his body didn't respond to the fact that he was lying, he could pass. Is it really hard to trick? You can't tell your body not to show signs that you're lying, even if you are lying, right? Like your heart rate's going to increase when you are asked questions, and I don't think you can control that necessarily if you're lying. I've always been interested in search and rescue dogs, and I watched the dog walking in the UK who trains the dog to search. Informative. That's awesome. Psychopaths won't feel guilt, yeah? Does Daniel, the kid's mom, or Daniel's brother have arrest records? I don't know. It's really, really hard to get records out of Canada. So I don't know. I don't know that anybody does right now. So I found that interesting. I do have one more article we can go over before we move on. It's looking like we're going to go over the Audrii Cunningham records today. Let me check. Yeah, it looks like as of right now, we're going to go over the Audrii Cunningham documents. So make sure you vote if you'd rather go over the Tyler Robinson documents. This one reads, cadaver dogs to search for Jack and Lilly for the first time since the siblings went missing. Oh, never mind. I'm not signing in. Well, hold on. Let me see. I might have an account. I don't know. Hold on just a minute. Okay. It appears to be letting me read it, so we'll pull it back up. Hold on. Okay. For the first time, Mounties intend to bring in specialized cadaver dogs to search for 2 young children who went missing more than 4 months ago from their home in rural northeastern Nova Scotia. Again, why 4 months? The RCMP said in a news release Friday that members of its Police Dog Services Human Remains Detection Team will be conducting searches as part of the investigation into the disappearance of 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan. The children were reported missing by their mother, Malaya Brooks, at 10:01 a.m. on May 2nd. Brooks Murray told police she believed the 2 children had wandered away from their home in rural Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia. Police arrived 26 minutes later. Quote, in the early days of the investigation, the area around Lansdowne Station was being scoured by trained search and rescue teams, and police dog services, which was deployed, does have the ability to pick up human scent, including that of recent remains, unquote. Cindy Bayers, a spokesperson for the RCMP, said in an email Friday. Quote, this is, however, the first time police dog services teams specifically trained in human remains detection have conducted searches in relation to the investigation. Mounties clearly have between 6 and 8 of the specialized dogs that are operational across the country. The only one on the East Coast right now is based in Prince Edward Island, and its handler is out of commission for medical reasons. Okay. RCMP Tremblay couldn't say Friday whether investigators wanted to use cadaver dogs earlier in the search for Jack and Lily. So it seems like there's one. The only one on the East Coast is based in Prince Edward Island, and its handler is out of commission for medical reasons. So I guess the one that they had access to, the handler couldn't come because of, again, medical reasons. Norbeaster, good to see you. Daniel says the dogs will fail with 100% certainty. I was reading that. And I think because he passed the polygraph, it's difficult for me. I think he could be saying that because he searched the area extensively. Nice to see you, Norbeaster. Shelby said apparently Daniel is a really big addict, so people think he used that morning, and the polygraph doesn't show lies on certain drugs. Yeah, but if we're talking about him using methamphetamine, let's talk about methamphetamine. That makes you extremely paranoid. So that would make me think he would fail even if he wasn't lying, if he used that morning. But, I mean, you never know. It's a possibility. I believe Daniel knows exactly where those kids are. Do you really? There's a man who was in prison for like 12 years for the homicide of a girl and dismemberment who lives in Halifax. I don't know when he got out, but the article was published in like June. Oh, wow. I wonder if they questioned him. The mom's sister says she found dead out then because he was acting weird in the bathroom, and she searched about. Yeah, we read that when the guy goes to look at, we heard it when the guy goes to look at the horse trailer talking to the dad. You're good. Why not ask the dog handlers in America to come help if there's so few? I agree. Okay, quote, what's important to remember is that at this time, we don't have any definitive information to support that the children are deceased, but we have to keep our minds open and look at all investigative avenues, Tremblay said. Mounties faced questions Friday about how long the smell of human remains can linger after death. Quote, I think I'd be very confident if we can get our dogs in the right area. It's been a hot, dry summer. It should be fine for us, says Sergeant Whalen, a human remains dog handler based in Vancouver, who, along with his dog Kit, will be part of the search for the 2 missing children. RCMP Luke Reddy and his dog Narc will also take part in the search for the human remains. Mounties wouldn't say Friday where the search will take place or how long it might last. The specialized dogs can find buried human remains under 60 centimeters of soil, Whalen said. According to Staff Sergeant Pike, who heads the RCMP's training program for dogs in Alberta, cadaver dogs on exercises in the United States have detected remains 3 times that deep. They can find burnt human remains and remains in water, Pike said. They can also detect dirty dirt that has come in contact with human remains, he said. If the presence of human remains decomposition material is there, our dogs will indicate. Whalen said he put a tablespoon of dirt that had been in contact with leg bones in the middle of a parking lot Thursday to test his dog's ability. He went and found the dirt in the middle of a huge parking lot. Searchers have combed through about 8.5 square kilometers of terrain in the probe. Quote, we definitely did search thoroughly, unquote, Tremblay said. Quote, could we have missed something because of the foliage, because of a downed tree, because of the weather, because of daylight, hours? Absolutely. Jack and Lily's family's mobile home sits along a gravel road surrounded by dense woods. The house also has a back patio with a sliding glass door, which is most likely how the children got out that morning. Oh, Edith, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. That will help me getting FOIAs like I'm trying to do with Audrii's case, which it appears we will be talking about today. Hold on just a minute. That membership went to the Wicked Witch of the Midwest. Thank you so much, Edith, for gifting that membership. And welcome to Speculation Station, the Wicked Witch of the Midwest. Thank you so much. Shelby said, I feel like the RCMP said it wouldn't be this weekend as like a reverse psychology to see if Daniel will go and move anything and then potentially find him, or so no one is out looking or anything. I mean, I think you might be putting too much faith in the RCMP, which I don't have any in right now, considering how long it's taken to do all this. I think that that would be putting too much faith in them. I don't know that they would be that smart. Cadaver dogs can also detect the place where a body has been buried and then dug up and moved. They can hit on the original burial spot. Interesting. Yes, thank you, Edith. That was so very sweet. Okay. In the days since they vanished, search teams have combed through the thick woods in the family's property, uncovering only minimal clues, including what appeared to be 2 small footprints in a piece of a pink blanket, which has been confirmed to be Lily's. Court documents investigators used to obtain search warrants in the case indicate the last time the children were seen outside of their home was on May 1st when they were captured by video surveillance at a local Dollarama store with Brooks Murray and Daniel Martell, their stepfather. RCMP conducted at least 4 polygraphs during their investigation. The first 2 were on May 12th with the children's parents. Martell's polygraph indicated that he was truthful, as did the test for Brooks Murray. She was found truthful when answering specific questions. On June 10th, good gracious, I hate when it jumps. Hold on. On June 10th, the children's step-grandmother, Janie McKenzie, underwent a polygraph examination, but another document notes that her physiology was not suitable for analysis and an opinion on the polygraph examination was not rendered. Now, if we talk about the brother was allegedly living with her, and she's so animated, I'll say, that she can't take a polygraph. I wonder if it's because the brother did something. Daniel doesn't know about it, but she does, and the brother does. And they've somehow kept him hidden and out of the sight of basically the RCMP. He appeared to be on the four-wheeler searching with quote-unquote clean boots. So why hasn't he been polygraphed? I wonder. The children's biological father, Cody Sullivan, underwent a polygraph on June 12th, and he passed the examination with his answers found to be truthful. In July, the Mounties said they were running forensic tests on a pink blanket found during the search of the heavily wooded areas near the children's home. Police said at the time that the family had confirmed the blanket belonged to Lilly, but investigators released few details. Later, police dispatched a sniffer dog to the area where the blanket was found, but the animal was unable to pick up scent of Lilly or Jack, according to information police filed in court to get search warrants. The children's mothers told the police at one point their biological father might have picked them up and taken them to New Brunswick, but investigators met with Sullivan on May 22nd. Quote, he said he did not know what happened to Jack and Lilly, unquote, police noted. Quote, he was home on May 2nd, 2025 and never goes anywhere. He has not been anywhere other than his house recently and has had no contact with Malaya since the children went missing. Police received hundreds of tips in the case, including one from a witness who said she was traveling with her sons on the morning of May 2nd and saw two children walking along the side of the road. She told the police she saw the children that morning walking toward a Caucasian female about 50 to 60 years old who was waiting next to the passenger side of an older model tan or gold sedan with the back door open. And I did use AI to generate an image of that. That's been really suspicious to me as well. Like, why would a woman be standing by the passenger door of a sedan, like appearing to wait for children to come that way? You know what I mean? Like it's weird to me. Hold on just a minute. Let me see if I can pull that up. There it is. That's the end of the article anyway. Let me pull up that picture for y'all that I made with AI. I put in what they described, and it's interesting to me. There she is at the back. It says she was waiting by the passenger door, but like, why is a woman waiting for two children that's walking along the side of the road? Like, did they get out of her car? That doesn't make sense. Like, why would she let two children out of her car if they belonged in her car and then be waiting for them to get back in the car and they're walking down the side of the road? That don't make sense to me. We know that females can be involved in trafficking, unfortunately. During the search for Cal City Boys Classic and Sincere, a searcher got an S&R guy and his dog out and could detect 6 feet down in the ground, and he'd take soil samples where no skeletons left and get DNA who had been buried there. Got cases 20 years old. Oh my gosh, 20 years old? That's crazy. I actually see AI making low-grade mistakes and or putting out misinformation. I think it's just programmed machines. We've been pouring our knowledge, thoughts, views, and opinions in. Now it's spouting them back. Well, they got in an argument that morning, and they accused Daniel of doing meth and blamed him for the kids being gone. And so Malaya left with her mother. You would think, Donna, that the dogs would have found their scent along the road. You would think. So I don't know. Where is Malaya? That's a good question. So I had that one and that one. Basically, you know, to lay out what they described as happening. Well, you know, it's the best as it can be with AI. Probably not exactly, but close enough, you know. Okay. I got coffee when I started, but I've already drank it, so I'm going to grab some more before I get into this document on Audrii or Tyler, whichever one we decide to do. So I'm going to leave y'all with a video for a minute. Oh, let's talk. So I found this interesting, and I'm going to look into it. Let me get my timestamp, 51:24. I couldn't believe this when I heard it. So I'm going to leave y'all with this real quick.
I got an announcement.
Okay, what's your announcement?
I need help for my OnlyFans.
Get the hell out of here. Give me some coffee.
I need help buying G-strings for my OnlyFans.
Get out. God, that yuck. Mental image. Stop it. Stop. Thank you, Southern Cats, to send that for Basil's crackers. Actually, you reminded me to give him some crackers. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. And that was so very sweet of you, Southern Cats. Thank you so very much. That was so sweet of you, and I appreciate it. It definitely will help me buy him some crackers and get some Boyas. I'm going to share this with y'all real quick since I talked about it while Mr. Speculating's getting me some coffee. He is going to be with us in and out until we get done moving, and probably shortly thereafter we move. So I just want y'all to know he's probably going to pop in and say crazy things like that. Just so you're aware. Hey, Jerry, good to see you. Thank you again, Southern Cats, for that. That I greatly appreciate it. He said that last night, and I told him to stop it. That's disgusting. All right, let me get my new timestamp so nobody hears that unnecessarily. I'll do 53. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it, Mr. OnlyFans. Oh, that's hot coffee. You need to go take 15 seats, sir. All right. So y'all let me know what you think about this.
Breaking news as we come on the air here at 11 o'clock. 6 children rescued from a locked storage unit on the city's north side overnight. Police and fire rushed to the store safe of Silver Springs near 27th and Silver Spring after a welfare call. That's where Zoe Henry joins us from right now. Zoe, 2 adults have been arrested.
Yeah, Jaron, that's right. And police are still on scene this morning. We actually saw a forensics truck pull in here and through the gate back this way. It's actually locked. That's why we're on the outside here. But they tell 12 News they're investigating this as a possible child abuse or neglect. Officers were initially called here to store safe at 27th and Silver Spring around 1:30 this morning for a welfare check.
Police are on scene requesting a forced entry. They believe a baby is locked in one of the storage lockers.
I've got an article on this too. You're not going to believe. I mean, this is insane to me.
Inside that locked unit, police say they found 6 children ranging from 2 months old to 9 years old, and no adults were with them at the time. A 26-year-old and 33-year-old are now in custody. The district attorney's office is reviewing charges.
What's your reaction? Confused. I don't even know how to respond to it. Why would anyone keep, did you say 6 kids in a storage unit?
6
to me,
kids
that sounds a cry for help, maybe. Or maybe just needed help and didn't know how to get it. They should be arrested. I would arrest them if I was the police.
Zoe, do we know the condition of those 6 children?
Milwaukee police say that none of the kids were hurt or are hurt at this time. We're still working to learn how the children and the 2 adults are connected and how all this happened in the first place.
All right, 12 News, Zoe Henry, live for us this morning in Milwaukee. Zoe, thank you.
That news anchor looks like Keenan from the Saturday Night Live and from those other shows. Shelby said there's a little boy missing in Arkansas. He went missing in the night. I don't know what to think. What's with these kids going missing at night? It's like code word for, quote, the parents did it. Right. Pay up, playa. Mr. allegedly needs some new songs for his OnlyFans. I caught my cats on OnlyCats. These males really be going wild. They really do. They really do. In fact, there are families living in storage units all over the United States. That's interesting. And that was my first thought. Okay, well, are they living in the storage unit because they can't afford to be anywhere else? Well, no, that's not exactly the case. So here's more information. This article reads, couple arrested after 6 children found locked inside a Milwaukee storage unit. So there is the couple that have been arrested. Because, I mean, again, I was like, well, maybe, they're homeless. They were there with their children. Not exactly. I mean, they might be homeless. But anyway, let me read the article. It says, a couple has been... No, thank you. A couple has been arrested after police discovered 6 children locked inside a storage unit under inhumane conditions. The discovery. According to WISN, an emergency call reported the sound of a child crying inside a locked unit at a store safe. When officers arrived, they heard both crying and coughing from within. Firefighters cut through the padlock, allowing the police to enter. Inside, they found 6 children ranging in age from 2 months to 9 years old. Authorities stated the unit only had minimal light coming through a crack in the garage door. The children were found with a sectional couch and a twin mattress that had no sheets. A bucket filled with urine was being used as a bathroom. The oldest child, a 9-year-old, told police he had been left in charge of caring for his siblings and admitted to being hungry. So if they were homeless, why are these kids all in there alone? Where are the parents? Like, if you found them all together in a storage unit, that would be a different story. I probably wouldn't be reporting on it. But these children were alone. 2-month-old baby all the way up to 9 years. Alone. Where are the parents? Yep. The woman who left the kids alone in the apartment for years. Says the parents arrest. The children's parents, 33-year-old Charles Albert Dupriest and Isaiah Zielinski, were found asleep in a Ford Expedition parked outside the facility with their dog. They later confessed to letting the children sleep inside the storage unit while they stayed in the car. Zielinski told investigators the family had been living in the unit for about 6 weeks after leaving a shelter. She also admitted they placed a bucket inside for the children to use for relief. Investigators later learned the couple was receiving food stamps and $2,000 in Social Security. Okay, so if that is all true, why weren't they in there with the kids, or why weren't the kids in the vehicle with them? You know what I mean? She popped out the poor baby and dropped him. Right. Ridiculous. Tom said hopefully the couple will be living in a gated community with 24-hour-a-day security soon with green bologna sandwiches. I don't know what's wrong with people. This is insane to me. Why are they in the vehicles, and how are they getting $2,000 in Social Security but can't get housing? And even if they can't, they were at a shelter, so why did they leave? Dupriest and Zielinski are now facing 6 counts of child neglect. Dupriest also faces an additional charge of possession of a firearm by a felon. Both remain in custody as the case moves forward. Prosecutors say the children's health and safety were put at serious risk. Right? Okay. All right, so here's another, since we're talking about, this is Pittsburgh, but I'll share this with you real quick, and then we'll get into the Audrii Cunningham documents. I found this yesterday and thought it looked pretty interesting, and I thought that we would go over it and discuss it today. So it says that charges were filed more than a year after a 17-year-old girl's body was found in Fayette. It's just a short little video.
More than a year after a teenager was found buried in a shallow grave. Channel 11's Frederick Price explains it's what happened after her death that has a man in jail.
Yeah, we are learning more details about the disappearance and discovery of Caitlin Woolery. The Fayette County DA's office telling me they relied heavily on eyewitness accounts during the nearly 18-month-long investigation.
This is a 17-year-old child who didn't deserve to have her life end this way, and she was disposed of like she was trash.
More than a year after investigators found 17-year-old Caitlin Woolery's body in Fayette County, new charges filed against 37-year-old Derek Bradley.
Oh, well, since we're on that, yeah, that's exactly what I thought, Tammy Mayfield. The parents wanted to be comfortable in the car with the AC. Southern Cats, thank you again for the money for Basil's crackers. That was so very sweet of you. I greatly appreciate it.
2023, Woolery likely overdosed from drugs inside a room at the Heritage Inn in Uniontown. A room Fayette County DA Michael Auble says Woolery, Bradley, and Vincent Kossel were staying along with a witness.
The witness, who we have identified as a witness one right now, urged these two individuals to take her somewhere, to contact the authorities.
Instead, records show Bradley refused to call police or EMS because of, among several reasons, Bradley's alleged romantic relationship with the victim.
He's 37.
So evidently this 17-year-old girl overdosed and died, and she was in a house with a 37-year-old man, not a house, a hotel room, and somebody said to go get help for her, and instead he buried her. Wow. Yeah, Microsoft Copilot, if anyone's interested. No AC in the gated community, homie. I know here no alcohol or substances are allowed in shelters, speculating that could be why they left. Maybe sometimes you can't get Social Security while you're there either, or it goes to the shelter.
When she was 17, and that's part of the reason why we believe that he took the steps that he did to get rid of her remains.
Console court documents show told investigators Bradley backed their vehicle up to the door of the motel and placed a tote with Woolery's body inside in November 2023. And on Christmas morning 2023, Console admitted to police he buried Woolery's body in a shallow grave on an abandoned property.
We believe she wasn't buried for the first month, and the condition that we found her body in was outrageous.
Audible tells Channel 11 their investigation led them to Console, who provided the information on an agreement the DA's office would not file charges at the time, adding the DA's office considered more charges but found insufficient evidence to show Woolery's death was anything more than an overdose.
It seems that Caitlin was willingly in this hotel room and that she willingly consumed drugs. So we don't have evidence to go beyond the charges that we have filed.
Right now, Bradley is inside the Fayette County Jail without bail. The DA tells me he expects to file similar charges against Console in Fayette County. Frederick.
So what could they be charged with? If she overdosed willingly, I mean, they contributed to the death of a minor. Cindy from sunny South Florida, thank you for the $10 for Mr. Speculating's G-String Fund or coffee. I greatly appreciate that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly, greatly appreciate that. And Mr. Speculating will too. So thank you for that. For his G-String Fund. Thank you so very much. He is silly. That's why I love him. Thank you, Cindy. Again, I greatly appreciate it. Y'all are so sweet. I know he will be excited when he comes back in here. I will tell him that y'all have donated to his G-String Fund. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Okay. So, let me know, do you guys know about the Audrii Cunningham case? I will bring up like a brief AI description of it. The charging documents, I mean, basically they start at the beginning and we're going to go through them. It's different police accounts of what happened. Let me pull up So this is one of the FOIAs that I have submitted thus far. You remember? And in order to get the FOIAs, they kept hitting me with, we got to have the exact dates and times. So I called the district attorney's office in that area. And I said, they keep telling me they need specific dates and times of everything and who all was there, you know, the names of the officers. And I can't find that. And they said, you have to first request the incident report. And then you can submit the FOIAs for all the body cam and all of that after you have the incident report. So I had this incident report and I went through and got everything I figured that would be important that I could get body cam from. And I submitted all of those FOIAs to get that information. And that's been about 2 weeks ago. So I feel safe with putting the incident report that's not watermarked on my Patreon, which I did this morning. And I figured we would read through it together because it'll give us some insight. That case, they didn't let a lot of information come out, but she started as a missing child and it just got weirder after that. Real quick, yeah, thank you for that, Cindy. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, the babysitter from hell. But why was he babysitting her? And there was allegations that he was sleeping with the grandma and sleeping with the dad and all kinds of stuff. So it reads, on February 15th of 2024, 11-year-old Audrii Danielle Cunningham, who was born February 5th of 2013, disappeared while traveling to her school bus stop in Livingston, Texas. Her case gained national and significant media attention. Her body was recovered on February 20th in the nearby Trinity River. Don Stephen McDougal, a 42-year-old family friend, was charged with homicide in connection to her death. 42-year-old Don Stephen McDougal was taken into custody on charges of aggravated assault on February 16th, the day after her disappearance. After the discovery of her body, he was charged with homicide. McDougal was a friend of Cunningham's father and lived in a trailer on their property. He sometimes transported Audrii to the bus stop before her disappearance. From 2003 until his arrest, the suspect incurred a lengthy criminal record in Texas, including charges of assault, theft, possession of methamphetamine, and child molestation. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison for the latter charge. His latest sentence, 2 years in prison for unauthorized use of a vehicle, was completed in September of 2022. Before his arrest, he posted on Facebook saying that he was not guilty. He is currently in custody without bail, and I think it was, we're going to go back. I think it was January of this year he pled guilty, I do believe. Let me pull that up. Here we go. So there's a picture of The Hills Have Eyes. Hello? Okay, I guess I have audio. I don't know what that was about. Took road trips together. The dad and the perp were in prison together, weren't they? I remember hearing that. Yep. Tom Jessica crochets. Yeah, I do crochet. Actually, funny story. I could make him a G-string real quick. My daughter, we were at the lake and she had forgot her swimsuit top, the top. She had the bottom. It was a 2-piece. And I told her that to just wear, a shirt to get in the water until I went back home that evening to take care of the animals. Well, I'll be darned if that child didn't sit there and crochet her a bathing suit top. It was the cutest thing. She sure did. It blew my mind. It was like it took her maybe an hour to crochet her a little bathing suit top to wear. There was nobody else out there, and it was adorable that she was able to do that, I thought. I think it is. There was so much. Poor yarn. Yeah. You are crocheting? I love to crochet. You can email the pattern or instructions. Yeah, and I'll make him one. Lord, I could. I don't think I will, but I could. Excuse me. All right. So, sex offender entrusted to care for 11-year-old Adrii Cunningham pleads guilty to her homicide and learns her fate. That was published on January 21st of 2025. A Texas man who admitted to kidnapping and killing 11-year-old Adrii Cunningham who was found deceased in a river nearly a year ago after she briefly went missing. Don Stephen McDougal has accepted responsibility for his actions in the kidnapping and homicide of Adrii Cunningham and will spend the rest of his life in prison without possibility of parole or appeal, the Polk County District Attorney's Office announced on Friday, January 17th. McDougal was charged with capital homicide on February 21st, a day after Audrii's body was found, tied to rocks in the Trinity River about 76 miles from her home in Livingston, Texas, authorities said at the time. And there she was. Audrii, a 5th grade student, was reported missing after she did not show up to school on February 15th. Dr. Brent Hawkins, superintendent of the Livingston Independent School District in Texas, told People that McDougal had brought her to school as recently as 3 days prior to her disappearance. McDougal, who had prior convictions for enticing a minor, was a family friend of Audrii's father who lived on his property and helped search for the girl following her disappearance. At Friday's hearing, Audrii's family members fondly remembered the slain girl and spoke about their feelings of betrayal by McDougal. Quote, "She gave my family purpose, and you stole that from me," unquote, Audrii's father, Josh Cunningham, said in court. Quote, "You took away the life of our little angel. Your punishment in this life will never fit the crime." Her grandmother, Tabitha Munch, said, "Nothing will ever bring her back, and that's your fault. May you rot in hell." Audrii's grandfather, Philip Munch, said McDougal was, quote, "a monster pretending to be her friend who violated her trust." Philip added that Audrii was a talented and happy child who brightened the lives of all those around her. In a statement last week, the DA's office said McDougal was determined to be ineligible for the death penalty due to a state law that limits its use for anyone with significant documented intellectual and developmental disabilities. Boy, he looks developed intellectually. Oh no, I hate them squash bugs. They got all my pumpkins too. Yeah, he's very creepy. What's with these adults essaying children and then ending them? I'll never understand. I won't either. I won't either. I'm so sorry, Kim. The squash bugs got my stuff too. All of my zucchini, all of my squash, and all of my pumpkins. I was able to save some small ones, but that was it. I hate them damn squash bugs. I remember this case, absolutely horrific. This guy tried to blame it on the biological mom. Yes, he did. Now we can go over the documents. It's a lot. It's 38 pages, so I think it's this one. I watermarked it, but if you want it without the watermarks, you can get it on my Patreon. All right. So I have it here beside me so I can read it to you better. So this is the incident report, and it's charging. Oh, it gives you basically the status of the case. Says that it's a capital homicide of a person over 10 years old, less than 15 years old. Statute 19.03 subsection A subsection 9 in Livingston, Texas. She was a student, non-Hispanic, white resident, unknown circumstances, etc., etc. It gives social security number, date of birth, and all that. The next page tells you about the offender. So right here, aka Red or Stephen McDougal. His balding, his hairstyle is unknown, hair color red, eye color blue, skin tone fair, build medium, 5'9", 180 pounds, and his occupation is disabled, basically is what it says. He was a disabled adult whose occupation was disabled. Okay. This gives us some of the property they took right here. So again, it's reporting officer. The main part of this is going to be the narratives. I'm just going through it in order so that we know all the information. So the property they took was the 2003 Chevrolet Suburban that belonged to Stephen, a snake kit from Audrii Cunningham, a DNA swab of suspect obtained by Texas Rangers, one hairbrush belonging to Audrii Cunningham from Living Room Vanity, a Hello Kitty backpack maroon in color with a rainbow jump rope, pink pen, golf flyer, notebook paper, stickers, school papers, package of raisins, pink wire, and plastic object black in color. A pink color beanie from inside of the book pack, a black boot in color from the inside of the backpack, quote, "It works," unquote, cleanse dietary supplement from inside of the backpack. Now that concerned me. Why did she have an It Works dietary cleanse inside of her book bag? Okay. Hey, Kathy. I feel they already found their bodies. Are you talking about Jack and Lilly? I don't know if you're behind. If you hear me, are you talking about Jack and Lilly? If you don't hear me, then I'll ask in chat in a minute. I think the reason not to use the death penalty is bullshit. He's smart enough to function and commit a bunch of crimes. You know what? Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
He should absolutely answer for that shit. I think he should have got the death penalty for what he did. Hey, Corey. It was the grandma and the father. The mom was trying to warn them. Mm-hmm. What parent would trust it? Good question. Good question. I wouldn't care if he's batshit crazy. Death penalty should be on the table. Exactly. Again, yep.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
So, I mean, even the Astro, yeah, why would they let him stay there? Good question, and good to see you. Linda, good to see you. Daniel already said the cadaver dogs won't find Lily and Jack, and he said 100% the dogs won't find them 100%. So, did Daniel know where they are? Just a thought. I'm going to type in chat in case y'all are behind. If you are behind, what am I trying to say? Well, I guess if you're behind, you'll catch up. The father knew he was a registered sex offender. And hey, Corey Edwards, I don't know if I said hey to you. He got a death penalty without the possibility of parole. Yeah, the father knew he was a registered sex offender. And back to the dietary cleanse that has been found in her book bag. Why does she got a dietary cleanse? Like, I don't understand. It works cleanse dietary supplement from inside the book bag. Let me look that up because I've got a thought process that I'm real concerned about. It works. Clothes, you'll feel much better, a little lighter. It's totally back on track. What is it, though? Why is he flushing her system? Is my question. Like, okay, would it be because I'm going with nefarious because if we're talking about the father who knew that he was a registered sex offender and could have possibly been having a relationship with him on the side, why are we trying to cleanse Audrey's system? Is it because somebody was giving her drugs to abuse her? Is it because she was having issues going to the bathroom? What's going on here? You think they're in the ocean? Yeah, exactly, Blue Giraffes. That's where my mind went. It reminded me of Maddie's Miralax. Exactly. I think some of y'all might be behind. To clean out drugs. So maybe it was Stephen McDougal's, but maybe they were doing something to her. Hold on. Yeah, I'm wondering that myself. Hey, Anita. I hope you're having a great weekend too. Weird to me. All right. So continuing down, they just give the information of Joshua. All right, so we've got the first report. So it's redacted. The narrative is the scene. He got life without the possibility of parole. Helps you lose weight, but I don't think it's recommended for children. So then, yeah, why would it be in her book bag? I can't figure that out. Okay, redacted. In Lake Livingston Estate in Polk County, Texas, is a multi-story wood frame residence. The front of the residence is facing to the west with the driveway on the north side of the residence attaching to Lakeside Drive. primary incident location, the driveway to 180 North Lakeshore Drive at the intersection of Estate Drive. Synopsis. On February 15th, 2024, at approximately 18:20 p.m., Deputy Smith, received a call from the Polk County Sheriff's Office dispatch to respond to redacted in the Lake Livingston Estates subdivision in Polk County, Texas, for a report of a missing person. Investigation. Upon arrival, met with the reporting person, Tabitha Munch, and the complainant and father, Joshua Lee Cunningham. He states that Joshua's daughter, child victim 1, was missing. Joshua stated that child victim 1 was taken to the bus stop by Don Stephen McDougal at approximately 7 a.m., dropped off to wait for the bus and go to school. When she did not come home at approximately 17:30, he called the school bus barn at approximately 17:54 to find out if child victim 1 had missed the bus or got onto another bus to a different location. He was informed by staff that she did not get on the bus in the morning and did not get on the bus when school was let out. He found that the school had sent a text message at approximately 1:30 p.m. to advise him that child victim 1 was absent from school. Now, how did you get that message? Like, the school did the right thing. He knew as of 1:30 p.m. that Audrey was not at school. And you, didn't see it? You just saw it when you realized she didn't come home from school? Or how did you not see that? Hey, Wolfpack. I think the dad and grandma should have been charged also. People need held accountable for who they allow around these kids. I agree. Pretty stupid to put it in her book bag if it's for a drug cleanse, yeah? Her book bag was found floating in the river, but still, I don't know. Audrey's mom, Cassie Matthews, who wasn't allowed to see her but was desperately seeking her. Yep, Crackerjacks. Yep. I think that they should have been charged too, especially as I was reading some of these documents. Joshua and Munch, the grandma, did not know where she could be at. They did state that the mother, Cassie Matthews, had made previous statements about getting child victim 1, kidnapping her from them. Joshua is the primary custodial parent for child victim 1, verified by court papers signed by Judge Brown. Munch states that Matthews has not had supervised visitation in approximately 8 years. I still think, from word around the area, he was dating the grandmother. Yeah, we talked about that. Rumor had it at the time that he was dating the grandmother and the dad. Yep, it did. It happened right around the same time as Maddie and Sebastian. It sure did. When asked what locations child victim 1 could have gone to, one was given at a redacted address, and another was a location on Minnie Lane and Forrester's Retreat. The location on Minnie Lane is where Matthews lives with her boyfriend, Justin. Previous contact with Justin was at a redacted address. Deputy McDowell left the scene to check the residence at the redacted address, while I obtained further information on Audrey. Rumor had it. I can't verify or confirm, but rumor had, the rumor was that he was dating the mother and the father. I mean, the grandmother and the father. I apologize. So I don't know. He was sleeping with everybody, and he was on meth and all kinds of shit. They also stated that child victim Wood has an uncle and aunt that live in the area of Old Highway 35 north of Livingston and has not seen them in approximately 2 years. Joshua states that child victim 1, yeah, evidently that was what the rumor was. The grandfather, remember, the grandfather was always out of town on the fishing boats. So the grandfather basically went to work on the fishing boats and bought the house, and the grandmother stayed there while he was out working on the fishing boats, and Don was allegedly banging the dad and the grandmother. Allegedly, but I don't know. The case was entirely bonkers. Her coffin was purple with flowers. I watched the line service for her. She's buried in a special place, and that's amazing. The law has changed because of Maddie Soto in Florida. Has it really? He started dating the father in jail? Oh, yeah, when they were in jail together. Yeah. They call now by 10 a.m. That's good. Yeah, I'm glad that she was blessed with that. Okay. Joshua stated that child victim 1 is 4'1" and weighs approximately 55 pounds, has blonde hair and blue eyes. She was last seen wearing a black in color hoodie with white in color writing stating, quote, "I know I look like my daddy," unquote. She was also wearing black in color pants and black in color high top tennis shoes. She was carrying a camo backpack. Child victim 1 has no medical conditions and no mental conditions. Child victim 1 does not have a working cell phone, does not have cell service, and is not able to connect to Wi-Fi. The one she does have was left at the residence. Joshua added that child victim 1 does like to fish and swim. Joshua states child victim 1 has been asking about her mother, Matthews, but has not had contact with her mother. After leaving the residence, we proceeded to the Matthews residence on Minnie Lane. Upon arrival in the area, we checked the residence, which was found to be vacant. We then arrived at a redacted address and met with Matthews and Sanders. Matthews gave us verbal consent to look through the residence to see if child victim 1 was there. I met with Sanders, stated child victim 1 was not at the residence and he had been home all day. To include, he does not have a vehicle. Matthews stated she had not seen child 1 and the last time she did see her was in May of 2023. A search of the residence was not able to locate child victim 1. And I remember the mom coming out and just being so devastated. 55 pounds, yep. You just can't make this shit up. It's crazy. It's like a spider web, yep. Yep. I'm from the area, not exactly, but enough to get all of the methy gossip. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Yeah, this case was absolutely insane. I had been wanting the records on it for quite a while. I submitted a request a while ago, but evidently they hadn't. I don't think he had been to court yet, and they told me that I couldn't get it. Okay, after leaving the residence, we went en route to the Cedars residence. While en route, I was notified by the Polk County Sheriff's Dispatch. Munch had called stating that she received screenshots of text messages from Matthews showing McDougal was texting her about bringing child victim 1 to see her. After meeting with Deputy McDowell and Detective Placker, it was decided to return to Lake Livingston Estates in order to attempt to locate McDougal. Upon arrival in the subdivision, I was able to locate McDougal at the intersection of Estate and North Lake Shore Drive. He was detained pending further investigation. Upon arrival of Detective Placker, McDougal was asked questions in regards to the incident. It was found the school bus stop was located at the intersection of North Lake Shore Drive and Estate Drive, and it's redacted. Let me scroll up. Investigation led to a possible location in Putman's Landing subdivision. Captain Scott Stanny, Lieutenant Edwards, and myself took McDougal to the residence located on Star Lane in Putman's Landing subdivision. After investigating the residence, I returned McDougal back to Lake Livingston Estate subdivision. Deposition. Audrey was entered into the NCIC Amber, and an Amber Alert was sent. So how did we get an Amber Alert for Audrey, but what, like, because she had last been seen in McDougal's vehicle? And then a bunch of different places were notified. Photographs of court order were entered. Photographs of child victim 1 was entered, and the case was active and forwarded to criminal investigations. The mom didn't have custody because the dad fought her. And okay, his grandpa worked on a fishing boat for part of the year, so they had like hella money, and his dad was basically, the grandmother was able to pay for the dad to get full custody. It all boiled down to money, and then they blocked the mom for seeing her for 8 years, and it was absolutely devastating. Should have done this earlier, but I'm going to see if I can pull up a interview from her mother real quick. Yeah. This This one is while she was still missing. Hold on, I know you can't see it.
I would just like to get the word out that we would like to have her come home. It's not like her to, just run off or disappear. She has a lot of loving family. She has so many people that love her and adore her. She is a very well taken care of child. And we miss her. We don't understand, and any and all help would be greatly appreciated. And I want the word spread around as far as possible. If you see her, please contact, your local police. Mom, when my dad paid all the back, I would just like to get the word out that we would like to have her come home.
Sorry. So that was from the mom, and that was while she was still missing. Yeah, the situation is about as clear as mud. My name is Mud. Sadly, family, it wasn't a rumor. He was intimate with the dad and the grandmother. God, I don't know. I don't have proof of that myself, but if you've got proof, please send it to me. He did, Miss North. I felt sorry for her. She truly was devastated. Yeah, she was. There's a Nancy Grace interview with her. But we'll grab that later after we get done reading it, because right now we're still at the part where she's missing. Okay. So next we've got property forms. So this is for the missing person. And they talk about property. Okay. So the first thing, I'm just going to go through the property list with you, which I've requested all the photos of this. 3 brown and blue Tony Lama boots from the right boot from the back patio, a swab from the bottom of the right boot, 4 brown and blue Tony Lama boot left boot from the back patio, swab from the bottom of the left boot, 5 white socks with yellow a white sock with yellow toe from the back patio, hair follicles from the white sock with the yellow toe, white sock with a gray bottom from the patio, Polk County Sheriff's Office Corporal Dakota Martinez's business card, a note. There was a notebook found with a page saying, quote, "Send help," unquote, Tic Tacs, and a devotional book. There was toilet paper with a stain. There was a gray jersey sweatpants size medium from living room of South Oakhurst. I don't know whose house that was. There was a red comforter from the living room. These are all things taken into be tested. There was a black large shirt with a Batman logo from the room on Oakhurst. There was a swab from the bottom of the Batman t-shirt, an axe handle with duct tape from the living room in Oakhurst, a roll of duct tape from the back right corner of the trunk, purple and silver vibrator from the center console. That's going to be in McDougal's vehicle. He had a fucking vibrator in the fucking center console. And they've got camera footage of her going and getting McDougal up and getting in his vehicle. And then McDougal drives past the bus stop. I mean, could you imagine? He probably told her, "I'm going to take you to school." There was a disgusting video of her giving him a tattoo on his upper inner thigh, like a couple of inches from his manhood. Well, disgustingness. I wouldn't call him a man. In the home, Audrey, he didn't have a child. Yeah, he didn't have a child. Yeah, it was very disturbing when you think about that's the last place she was and where she was killed. Well, he was supposed to been sexting all the methy heads in the area. He supposedly had a very large man part, said the Astro from space. I don't know how you could. I would not give a shit. That monstrosity wouldn't get nowhere near me or my family or my property. my property. I don't care how many motherfucking properties, none of my properties, nor my personal property or space. He was allowed to get very familiar with him. It was very wrong. Yep. Yeah, the dad had to know what he was in prison for. Exactly, Donna. And allowing him to be around her and then having relations with everybody in the fucking house because he's on meth or whatever. I don't know. All I know is that the dad and the grandma need to be held accountable for this shit too. Nor my animals. You know what? That gets a boom, 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 bam. Yep. We gotta.
So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband.
Hide the kids, the wife, and the motherfucking husband. Okay, continuing. We talked about the purple and silver vibrator from the center console, a green USB and micro SD cards from back of crease of seat, camo duct tape from floor, handcuffs from the floor, silver baseball bat from the trunk area. It was a Louisville Slugger, multiple flash drives and a USB charge from inside of the black bag, a red Samsung Metro PCS cell phone, missing the back cover from inside a black bag located in Zone C. Tells me the zones, but I don't know. Leather from 2/3 split of back seat bottom. Sediment from rear wheel wells of both rear tires. Sediment and debris from the bottom of the trunk under the vehicle. Now, I want to let you know that this is going to be basically the property list. And at this point, it's like everything, even after they found her body, all of that. Because the incident report is going to go through the officers. Like, this is what Officer 1 experienced, saw, and located. Officer 2, Officer 3, like, that's how it reads. And when I get body cam, that's what it's like. It's like I get body cam for Officer 1, Officer 2, Officer 3. And that's what I was saying earlier. I want to find a way to, like, incorporate all of it without being like Officer 1 body cam, Officer 2 body cam. I got to work on that. Like I said, I'm always trying to be a better creator. It's a money thing with custody in that area. Smart. I mean, I thank God that she's not suffering anymore, but I've always wondered how long was she suffering before she actually was killed. In my opinion, that whole family is one sandwich short of a picnic. If you ask me, a couple screws loose up top. Jesus, what was he doing in the damn truck? It was a Suburban. And that's where she was at. That's where she died, Heck, I would hide Elvis and Elvira, my pet possums. Exactly. Everybody. All the flash drives didn't have naughty on. I think they might have, but I'm not sure. I have read it, but scammed through it because everything, all the FOIAs I submit, I had to say okay, I requested all the photos of the property, but I would have to say, okay, incident 1 where these people are interviewed, incident 2 where you come into contact with McDougal, incident 3 where you talk to this person, so I've skimmed through each one and had to go specific incidents from specific reports and all that. But I think I remember seeing that there was some charges for child porn somewhere. It could have been a different case. I'm not sure. All right, continuing. Sediment and debris from bottom of trunk under vehicle. Walmart receipt from center console. Yellow fiber located behind the seat. A swab from the driver's side door panel. Swab from the steering wheel. Swab from the seat and headrest. Swab from the left side of driver's seat. Miscellaneous contents from zone A. Sponge seat material from passenger seat. So that basically... the seat cover was coming off, and you know how there's that yellow foam under the seat? Some of that was pulled off. I mean, I know where my mind goes. God knows. Swab from passenger seat belt on the left side. Swab from back center of passenger seat. Miscellaneous contents from Zone B is what's next. Let me see. Ashley from The Reckoning did an amazing job trying to find her, so accurate. I think a lot of people looked for her. It must have had bad things on him. He was whatever. He doesn't get the death penalty, but he's using USBs and computer. Right. Make that make sense. smart enough to do all that, but he can't get the death penalty. I think there's a lot of injustice in this case. Welcome back, Cindy. Lori, DNA. Yep, they're looking for DNA. And Blue Jay, welcome back. A different case. The family claimed they didn't know that they were they didn't know when they offered him a place to stay. He had a dodgy history, so that was enough. Yeah, I remember them saying they didn't know, but would they have ever admitted that they did know? You know what I mean? The dad was in prison with him, allegedly, or in jail, so he had to know. I don't know. Okay, swab from back passenger floorboard behind front passenger. Hold on a minute. Hold on just a minute. Fabric from back passenger seat. Speaker wire from zone C. Miscellaneous contents from zone C. Miscellaneous contents from zone C. Fibers consistent with strands of light-colored hair. Fibers consistent with strands of light-colored hair. Swab from life jacket. Swab from inside of life jacket. A homemade club, y'all. A homemade club. Sunglasses, hammer with black and blue handle, a pipe wrench, a tire tool. Boxes of contents from Zone E. Headliner of the vehicle. Passenger front tire print. He had Mudclaw Extreme MT tires on it. Passenger from rear tire print. Driver front tire print. Driver rear tire print. Brown handled lock blade knife that says Timberwolf V on the blade. Swabs from blade of the knife. Drug paraphernalia. 1 pipe, 2 grinders, and a small white container with THC. There was a purple hair scrunchie. Blue jeans that possibly had human feces in them. 2 bottles of It Works cleanser. A baseball bat located in the rear vehicle cabinet. 2 socks, 1 with rainbow stitching and 1 black with a pink top. A buccal swab from Tabitha. A buccal swab from Joshua, the grandmother and the father. A yellow rope that was tied to Audrey when she was found in the water. Fingernail scrapings and clippings kit from Audrii Cunningham. That would have been after she was deceased. The bloodstain card for Audrii Cunningham. Samsung A23 with black and red case. Keys to a 2003 Chevrolet Suburban. Small pink sock located at the top of the embankment where she was found. Tree bark from the area. Bark from tree several times. A brown stick. Brown foliage from near the side of the trail that he used to put her body in the Trinity River. Brown stick from base of tree, green foliage from base of tree, unpacked soil from trail, packed dirt taken from the trail, loose dirt from the trail, mud sample from the trail, black sweatpants size child's medium that were MK athletic, possible trace of hair from black sweatpants, possible hair follicle from back right leg pant of black sweatpants, possible hair follicle from right pant leg of black sweatpants, black fitted sheet from the riverbank, white and orange Ozark Trail tent with rain cover from the riverbank, rock that was tied to Audrey, DNA filter from surface of ME2, and there's a bunch of DNA filter where they took DNA from the surface of Audrey, the surface of the rock, and the knot of the rain cover of the tent. Okay. And that just gives us information that, like, you know, they got DNA from Joshua, Don, the mother's boyfriend, somebody named Aaron, and the grandmother. All right, now we've got another narrative. Yeah, just in case, got to have that club, a homemade club, like as if there wasn't enough weapons in that vehicle. Joe said, you won't necessarily know someone's charges in jail. Prison is where the other cons demand to see your paperwork. That's true. I was thinking about that. You want to hide your paperwork and put it under your mattress. And like maybe if you're in a 2-person cell, they might know. But unless you steal somebody's paperwork, you actually wouldn't know the charges necessarily. So, but I don't think that they didn't know. I won't believe it. Y'all, he was sexing many druggies from that area. He didn't need to touch that little girl. He had woman. Yeah, evidently there was women he was talking to. And they talk about him giving a ride to a woman too. Like, ugh. And the handcuffs. There was everything in the SUV. It's a weird sex clown car on wheels. Mm-hmm. Sad. He used to go around doing things to get substances and stuff in exchange. Yep. The father would have known because as a registered sex offender, you have to ID at your home residence. He was living in the camper in the back, so I don't know if he would have had to. He's supposed to register, but did he? And if he did, I wonder if they would have known. Right, smartass? Unfortunately, he did. Otherwise, she'd be here today. Because her father's still in jail, should have been charged. No, her father wasn't charged that I know of. Okay, so this is from Assisting Detective Segura. I'm horrible with names. Okay. On Thursday, February 16th, 2024 at 8:37, I, Detective Javier, was informed of a missing 11-year-old child in Livingston, Texas. I responded to the location and assisted with searching the woods in the back side of the residence. Several other agencies assisted with the search but did not turn up anything. FBI agent Jones and I interviewed Jared Pierce. At 7 a.m., Lieutenant Finnegan and I responded to Creekside Elementary School and spoke to counselor, and she stated she first saw the child in August of 2022. She wrote her a note saying she was thinking about hurting herself and made comments about her home life. She stated when her father was home, she would go into her grandmother's room and they would lock the door to get away from him. She also advised several other teachers also made CPS reports on the child, but they were all closed out. So why is she going in grandma's room and locking the door to get away from her dad? Can somebody please explain me that? And why were CPS reports closed with Stephen McDougal living on the property? Can somebody please explain that to me? Good question, Southern Cats. Makes me wonder why if Audrii was there, why the parole didn't look into that. Another great question. Was he on parole? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if he was on parole. Hold on a minute. So this says he was not on parole when he committed the homicide of Adrii Cunningham. He accepted a plea deal that resulted in a life sentence. That's for Audrii's death. But at the time, he was not on parole. I think it was from a different state. The previous charge against the child, that was the whole issue, and they were fighting for Audrii's law. Yeah, I remember them talking about that. What is Audrii's law? Because I know this case had Audrii's law passed or something. Let me pull that up. Audrii's law, formerly known as House Bill 2000, was enacted in Texas to address a legal loophole that allowed certain convicted child groomers to avoid registration as sex offenders. The law, named after 11-year-old Adrii Cunningham, whose tragic death highlighted the need for such legislation, requires anyone convicted of child grooming to register as a sex offender. This includes convictions for enticing a child, which previously did not require registration. The law went into effect on September 1st of 2025 and aims to enhance child protection measures in Texas. So remember, we were talking about he got charged with enticing a minor, and he didn't have to register because of the charge, there was a loophole, so he wasn't registered. So to be fair, maybe they didn't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's still some weird shit going on. Yeah, and they had bailed him out. Yep. Yep. Another child crying for help, and DCF failed miserably, shaking my head. Yep. Exactly. It should have been in a federal database. I agree. So that explains why he might not have been registered, but I think they still knew. There was some weird shit going on that should have never been happening. And CPS had been called. At 8:23 a.m., I contacted Brown, who previously contacted dispatch to advise her daughter was friends with the missing child. Brown stated her child is friends with the missing child and has heard something. Brown mentioned the possibility of the child being pregnant. Brown was not sure. This was just information she heard. Brown stated we could just speak to Drake at Creekside Elementary. Detective Hemperly and I coordinated with several agencies in an attempt to locate the child. I was notified by Detective Sanders that San Juanito County Sheriff's Office received a call in reference to a civilian locating a Hello Kitty backpack near the Browders Marina River. I contacted Sergeant Kevin Blackburn, who works at Livingston ISD, and he confirmed Audrey's homeroom teacher. Inside the backpack, paperwork with Audrey's homeroom teacher was located. There was also a small black shoe inside the backpack. FBI agent Patrick and I interviewed the grandmother. So remember, the dad reported that she had a camouflage backpack, but the backpack that they found in the river was a maroon Hello Kitty backpack. Justice for Furry. Good to see you. Nice to meet you. And thank you. Yes, I agree. I hope she is resting in paradise and that her suffering, I'm glad her suffering is over, but I wish she didn't have to die. I thought a registered sex offender could not live with their children unless they had a court order signed from a judge. Why did the courts allow them to do so? I thought a RSO might not live anywhere a child might be at. Well, because he didn't have to register because his charge was enticing a minor, evidently. And it caused him not to have to register, unfortunately. But if he wasn't on parole, then tracking if he was living with the child would be difficult. Yep. Another child who had concerns raised by the school but not heard. Schools spend a lot of time with children and they do notice things. I'm going to give a... Boom, 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 bop, bam. While I take a sip of my coffee, I agree. Oh, well, hello, gorgeous. And Justice for Furry. I like the name. They do need to fix that loophole. I think they have with Audrey's Law, which is good, but okay. On Sunday, February 18th of 2024, I, along with several other law enforcement officers and volunteers, searched the area of Lake Livingston Village. On Monday, February 19th of 2024, I was stationed at U.S. Highway 59 South at the Trinity River Bridge and at the county line as dive teams checked the Trinity River. Divers Jones and Denby with the Harris County Dive Team located the body of Audrey in the river. I completed the Harris County Medical Examiner packet and spoke to Judge McGee. The Harris County Dive Team pulled their boat out and had the body on their boat. Once back on land, I observed Audrey to be in a yellow netting type bag that was placed in a black body bag. The bags were open and I observed Audrey to be fully nude. She had what appeared to be scrapes and bruises on her body. Her face was covered with mud and soot. Photographs were taken by Captain Scuzzani and the body was secured and a tag number was attached to this bag. Judge McGee declared the time of death at 1:30 p.m. Cochran's funeral home was requested to pick up the body. Cochran, Smith, and Kane with Cochran's funeral home arrived on scene and took possession of the body. I contacted Harris County Medical Examiner's office and informed them Cunningham was en route to their location. I later transported the scene photographs to the Harris County ME's office and released them to their staff. Nothing further. It needs to be nationwide. I agree. Can we make Audrii's law nationwide instead of just in Texas? A sex offender is a sex offender. Should all have to register. My son caught a statutory seduction charge, and he has to register for as a SO for the rest of his life. So a statutory seduction charge, and you have to register. How did he get away with having a charge like enticing a minor and not have to register? Hey, Parabola, Audrii Cunningham's incident report. Basically, the officers' narratives. Depends on the jail, too. In some jails, inmates will check other inmates' paperwork for the same reason. Yeah. Oh, you're good. You're fine, Blue Jay. Yeah. I agree. Smartass. She was a beautiful little child. Her favorite color was purple, and that's why her coffin was purple. Since we just talked about her death, let me see if I can pull up a picture of that. There's her mama. They put a photo of her in the school. Oh yeah, she died from blunt force trauma. That's the hearse, and that's from Reddit. There's where everybody put out purple. That's her mama. Just trying to see if we had any photos of the coffin. That was at the Trinity River where they found her. Yeah, I think that's... I don't have photos of the coffin right now, but I will definitely keep looking for them. She did look like her mama, didn't she? Hey, Jada. My son also did 2.5 years in prison. I'm sorry. Smartass. Patriot. Okay. So this one reads, Detective Hemperly was notified on Thursday, February 15th, 2024 at around 8:30 of a missing child in Lake Livingston Estates 2 and 3. I was advised that an 11-year-old female, who will be referred to as Child Victim 1, did not get off the bus that evening, and it was learned she never arrived at school that day. I went to the scene where I met with multiple responding deputies and detectives at the bus stop area of the subdivision at Estate Road and Lakeshore Drive. Don Stephen McDougal's blue Chevrolet Suburban was parked in the roadway, and McDougal was being spoke with. I followed Chief Deputy Lowry to Child Victim 1's residence to make contact with the child's family. Chief Lowry and I searched the residence, all outbuildings, and the property surrounding the residence for Child Victim 1. Child Victim 1 was not located. An Amber Alert was issued by Lieutenant Finnegan for the missing child. I spoke with Child Victim 1's father, Josh Cunningham, grandmother Tabitha Munch, and aunt Julie Munch about the child and her typical behaviors. While speaking with them, they advised that she had never run away before, and it was not typical behavior for her to not go to school. They stated that it was normal and typical for McDougal to give her a ride to the bus stop, and on some occasions, he would even drive her to school, depending on the weather or if she had missed the bus. They advised child victim 1 typically gets herself up and gets ready for school, then wakes someone up to take her to school. Why? Why isn't anybody up getting this child ready to go to school? I would love to know. Hey, Max. Yeah, it must have been a McDougal's vehicle, but like they had McDougal and were questioning him. So if they put out an Amber Alert with his Suburban, and I think the vehicle was his Suburban, why didn't they take him into custody until the next day? Why do these men not know how to control themselves? Sexual urges is not. I don't even know how to explain it. My daughter is 11. I'm always telling her to be careful. I don't know. I don't know. I'm so sorry, smartass. Patriot. I asked to look at her cell phone, which had been left at the residence. A search of the phone showed it was strictly locked with parental controls. She did not have the ability to search the web, download apps, or access social media. There was no unusual search history or communication with anyone located on the device. They advised she could only make emergency calls and had to be connected to Wi-Fi to do so. I observed the 2 areas child victim 1 slept in at the residence. When you walk into the front door of the residence, you enter a large living room area, which is technically the 2nd floor of the residence, with a mid-level dining room and kitchen area. To the left of the front door was the normal seating area for the living room, which included a day bed. Child victim 1 slept in the day bed on most occasions and always slept there when her dad was home due to there being only 2 beds in the room. Her dad and her younger brother shared on the 3rd floor of the residence. The area was cluttered and messy, but included a vanity and other items that were obviously used by a young girl. A hairbrush belonging to child victim 1 was collected from the vanity as a known DNA sample. I then observed the bedroom she shared with her brother and father. It was located on the 3rd floor and was the only room upstairs which had a bathroom connected to it. There was nothing in the room that stood out to me as strange or raised any concerns. The remainder of the house was cluttered and filthy. The 1st floor of the house was accessed from the back of the residence with the door directly across from the door of McDougal's travel trailer. The 1st floor was a living room type area, bathroom and laundry room. When you walked up the stairs from the 1st floor, there was a doorway that led to the mid-level dining room area. Also on this mid-level was a kitchen and 2 bedrooms. You had to walk down a short flight of stairs to access the living room in front of the residence. From the dining room, there was a set of stairs that went up to the 3rd level of the house where child victim 1's bedroom that she shared with her dad and brother was located. So basically, it's a 3-story split level house, and she has a day bed in the living room where McDougal probably slept on the couch and probably, allegedly, in my opinion, allegedly speculating, probably hurt her over and over and over. When her dad wasn't there, I guess she had access to his room, but when he was there, she didn't. I watch predator poachers and I'm a big part of their community, so we all see them divulge all their secrets. I've seen some of those. They're pretty interesting. It was beautiful with colored flowers on a purple background. I've looked, but I think it may have been removed as they wanted her resting place to be private, and it is. Oh, wow, smartass. That's interesting. I watch parole hearings on another channel. Some states let child rapists get out after 2 years. We have we do. We do. We absolutely do. That's good. Yeah, split level ranch house. Yep. Continuing. While looking around on the outside of the residence, I noticed the house next door had cameras. I was also advised neighbors next door to the residence had cameras at their residence, which were reviewed and showed McDougal's vehicle leaving the residence around 6:45 a.m. and coming back around 11:17 a.m. The camera also showed McDougal's vehicle leaving around 5:15 a.m. and returning around 6:15 a.m. It was later determined that he had left alone to give a friend a ride to work. I then reviewed the cameras at child victim one's residence, which there are several camera views. One of the camera views shows the back door of the residence and the door of McDougal's travel trailer in the same view. An additional camera view on the back of the residence shows McDougal's parked in the back driveway near his travel trailer. I reviewed the camera, which showed child victim one exiting the main residence around 6:40 a.m. and knocking on McDougal's travel trailer door. Child victim one can be seen wearing black pants, a black hoodie that says, "Yes, I know I look like my dad," black shoes, and a red backpack, which was identified by the family as a Hello Kitty backpack. Child victim one and McDougal then walk to his vehicle, and child victim one is seen getting into the front passenger seat of McDougal's vehicle, and they leave the residence together around 6:45 a.m. A camera view from a residence off of a state road near the bus stop shows McDougal's vehicle driving past the bus stop at around 6:48, and he is not in the area of the bus stop long enough to drop child victim one off at the bus stop. That video was obtained by other detectives and sent to me while I was at the residence to review. I remained on scene at the residence while additional detectives, deputies, and first responders were conducting a search of the bus stop area. I met with City of Livingston Fire Marshal, who came to the area to fly a drone to aid in search efforts. Josh Moeller initially flew the bus stop and boat dock areas of the subdivision and did not locate any areas of interest or heat signatures to check. He then came to the residence and flew the property the residence is located on and the area around it. An area of interest was located from a heat signature on the drone and was checked by Chief Deputy Lowry. It was determined to be an armadillo. Once the area had been searched by the drone, first responders and volunteers were split up into groups and began a line search in the wooded area around child victim one's house. In the early morning hours of Friday, February 16th, 2024, FBI agents out of the Lufkin Field office came to the scene to assist with the investigation. I took Agent Jones into the residence and showed him the areas child victim one stayed in, and he reviewed the video showing child victim one leaving with McDougal again. FBI agent Anderson went back through child victim one's cell phone with her grandmother and father. Evidence suggested that child victim one left the subdivision with Don Stephen McDougal. Information was obtained that McDougal was communicating with child victim one's biological mother, Cassie Matthews, who did not have custody rights of her. The messages between them were about McDougal taking child victim one to park to meet with Cassie so Cassie could see her. Deputies and detectives left the subdivision and went to the address, which is Cassie Matthews' residence, to look for child victim one. Upon arrival, contact was made with Cassie Matthews, Cassie's boyfriend, Justin, and their roommate, Jared. The residence was searched, and child victim one was not located, nor were there any signs to suggest that she had been there. All three subjects agreed to ride to the sheriff's office with us to be interviewed on the case. Interviews were conducted with all three individuals. At the conclusion of the interviews, there was no information obtained to suggest Cassie, Justin, or Jared were involved in child victim one's disappearance. They all consented to downloads of their cell phones, and no evidence was located in connection with child victim one's disappearance. You know what makes it even worse? I think that proves premeditation. The fact that he was talking to her and trying to suggest that, "Oh, Cass, I'm going to bring her to see you." Like getting her hopes up that she's going to get to see her child after 8 years, and he's using it as an excuse to kidnap and rape this child, in my opinion. My mom used to sing that song. My mama loves armadillos. I didn't know these details either until I read it. That's why I wanted to share it with you guys. Child victim one. Oh no, that's just how they refer to her because she's a minor. So the detectives, when they put information in, they refer child victim 1, child victim 2, child victim 3, however many there are. But I mean, that's just how they list it. No, there's not more than one child, more than one victim here. Enticing a child, 2008 and 2007, McDougal enticed and attacked a 10-year-old girl named Carissa Davis. He served 2 years in prison for the offense and did not have to register as a sex offender. Make that fucking make sense, please. And that's why they made Audrii's law. Thank God. It was very cruel. It was. She spoke out and told her story after Audrii's case, and I think I saw that video. I need to get some rest. Okay, Anita, I hope you have a good day. Love. And I hope you have a good weekend, too. He should have gotten a lot more than 2 years for that first one. Yes, he should. And he should have had to register, in my opinion. The FBI card team, after interviews were completed with all 3 subjects, detectives Texas Ranger Stansel and FBI agents Joan and Anderson all met to discuss next steps. The FBI Child Abduction Rapid Deployment, or CARD team, was notified and deployed to assist. It was determined that the following things needed to be completed: interviews with child victim 1's bus driver, video canvas footage retrieval, and call and electronic data records for McDougal and Cassie. FBI agent Jones and I went to the Livingston bus barn and met with Miss Soto to review video footage from child victim 1's bus. While reviewing the footage, I reviewed a video from February 14th of 2024 of child victim 1 getting on the bus. In the video, there is a clear view of her maroon and white Hello Kitty backpack with a checkered pattern on the front. The video footage for the morning of February 15th, 2024 shows the bus driver pulling up to the bus stop. There are no children or vehicles in the area. Child victim 1 is the only child to get on that bus at that bus stop. The videos were downloaded to a flash drive. Child victim 1's bus driver was still on his route and unable to be interviewed at the time. Agent Jones and I returned to the Polk County Sheriff's Office to meet back up with investigators and meet with the FBI card team. The FBI card team began arriving later in the morning into early afternoon at the Polk County Sheriff's Office to assist in the investigation. The FBI card team was given a briefing of case details and where we were currently in the investigation. I established an operations center in the Polk County Sheriff's Office training room. I was notified by Detective Sanders that San Juanito County Sheriff's Office had called, advising a citizen had located a Hello Kitty backpack below the Lake Livingston Dam that he believed was connected to the Amber Alert. Detectives went to the scene. I was contacted by Chief Lowry, who described the backpack to me. The description matched that of the one belonging to child victim 1 that I observed in the bus video. I was further advised that the contents of the backpack included school paperwork with the teacher's name and a small black child boot that was wet. The boot matched that of the type seen in the security video from child victim 1's home as what she was wearing the morning of February 15th of 2024. Oh my God, Moxie, I'm so sorry. Hey, Max, I've looked into some of that stuff, Moxie, that happened back then, and I think it's just absolutely horrific. Some of the things that happened back then. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I've seen that. It's horrific. You're so brave to say that out loud. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you look up Soulshine, they make custom caskets for children. Audrey's isn't there, but they're similar with cartoon characters instead of flowers. They made a special one for Jaden Spicer, too. I'm glad I saw a couple of your videos. They are not able to be rehabilitated, and they will always reoffend. Our system is literally allowing them to prey on children. It is. And I think, again, that her parents knew, her dad and her grandmother knew, even if he didn't have to register. Sergeant Sexton, received a phone call on February 18th, 2024 by Sheriff Lyons. I was asked to work the entrance to a boat ramp located at US 59 south at the Trinity River Bridge. The phone call was at 8 a.m. on Sunday, February 18th of 2024. The phone call was in regards to a missing child from the Polk County area. In the supplement report, that child will be called Child Victim 1. Sergeant Sexton, worked for the Polk County Sheriff's Department as Sergeant over Courthouse Security. This phone call was on my day off. I told the sheriff that I would go to the location and do my duties. I arrived at the location at US 59 South at the Trinity River Bridge and met with Captain Dave Sutsani. I was advised to stay at the entrance to the boat ramp and make sure that no one could enter the boat ramp area without proper admittance. I was to keep anyone out that was not directly involved in the search for Child Victim 1. I, along with Deputy LeBlanc, stayed at the entrance to the Trinity River Bridge boat ramp and made sure that no unauthorized persons entered that area. This included news media, citizens just wanting to help, and others. I worked at this location until I was contacted by Chief Lowry to leave around 6 p.m. on February 18th of 2024. I was also advised by Chief Lowry to be back at the same location on the 19th of February 2024 at 6 a.m. On February 19th of 2024, I arrived back at the Trinity River Bridge boat ramp and stayed at the location until I was relieved by Deputy Clayton. On the 19th, I again did not let anyone into the area without prior authorization. This included all news medias and others just wanting to either help or looked. I worked 2 days at this location during that time. The Polk County Sheriff's Department was looking for Child Victim 1. On the 20th of February, I returned to regular duty at the Polk County Judicial Center. My toe got broken. No, I didn't know that, Max. I'm sorry your toe got broken. Mine got broken too. What? Oh. Great. Oh my God. Wait a minute. What is this? Okay, I don't know what this is. You confused me. I'm confused. What is that? Okay. Anyway. Is it? So allegedly that might be her casket? I don't know. That's what I'm hearing. That it's her casket. I don't know. It's not purple. This is the episode is calling the is talking about the disturbing underbelly of funeral homes in this eye-opening episode, Grave Betrayals, pulls back the veil on shocking stories of funeral homes that weren't resting in peace but were hoarding bodies, neglecting cremations, and in some harrowing cases even selling body parts. And they talked about wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute. But I know we talked a little bit. I know that last week we talked a little bit about Audrii Cunningham, who went missing. McDougal was charged with her death and cell phone he agreed to take her. Now looking into this a little bit, it looks like the guy and father lived not usual. Okay, wait a minute. McDougal. Now you remember last week he had a lengthy criminal record. He was arrested of tossing a child, and that was in enticing a child. He was sentenced 2 years in prison. Okay. The conviction, her autopsy showed that she died of homicidal violence, and she did have blunt head force trauma. He was trying to hide the body by tying it to a rock so it would sink. Really, really sad. The poor little girl had to go through this. It's devastating. Apparently, they trusted him. Unfortunately, we've been super busy, just a lot of, but you know, it's been busy. We've heard of, we like not to have to go out on death scenes. The guy's been arrested. Okay, then they go to a different case, so I don't know. They talk about Audrii in that case, but I don't know. Don't know. Yeah, it could be. It might be different. I don't know. I'm going to see what we can find. I appreciate you trying to find that for me, sweetheart, though. I do. In my overlays. Okay, let me see. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, you can see kind of part of it in the overlays. It is purple with flowers on it. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm glad she was put to rest in that beautiful casket. Thank you for that. I get sick if I'm not being believed. What? It's different. I've looked also. It's clearly, it was even covered at the service with a white sheet. Yeah, I think this is it. That describes what you were talking about. Oh, yeah. Evidently, I think that's just how they write it. Okay, it's all right. Thank you for that, though. So when we research, you know, different things come up. So, you know, we have to look down all avenues. I didn't, it's not that I didn't necessarily not believe you. I was just trying to figure out information in real time. All right, back to the document. Deputy Clayton, received a phone call from Sergeant Sexton at 1600 hours on the 19th of February 2024. Sergeant Sexton asked me if I wanted to work that night, to which I accepted. He instructed me to go to the boat ramp at the Trinity River at County Line at 1800 hours. Upon my arrival, I met with Sergeant Sexton as well as Officer David and Officer Bowen of Livingston PD. I was instructed to prevent any unauthorized persons from entering the area of the boat ramp or the undersides of any of the bridges, and to occasionally check the water around the railroad bridge. Sergeant Sexton then left the scene. I parked my patrol car over the road in a position to block any vehicles from entering the secured area. We completed visual checks of the water every 45 minutes to an hour from 1800 on through to from 1800 hours on February 19th of 2024 until 7 a.m. on February 20th of 2024 until search crews began arriving. We did not see any unusual objects or evidence related to child victim 1. No civilians attempted to enter the area until shortly before 4:30 on February 20th, when news crews began arriving to do update reports on child victim 1's case. We at first allowed them only to the paved driveway to the boat ramp, but we were contacted by Chief Lowry and instructed to keep them entirely out of the area below the overpass. At approximately 5 o'clock, we ordered the news crews out of the area, and I escorted up near the entrance to US 59. After escorting them out, I positioned my patrol vehicle to block the road and did not permit entry to any persons except law enforcement, fire, and EquiSearch. At 8:38, Lieutenant Finnegan arrived to relieve me of my duties, and I left the scene. Oh no! Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm sick of it. Same with Emmanuel Haro, and y'all telling me nothing wrong with his eyes. When okay, all right, look, this is about enough of this. I have to research, okay? I can't say for sure that he had neurological issues because I don't have medical paperwork saying that Emmanuel Haro, who is 7 months old, has neurological issues. I'm not trying to upset you, but what I just did was research in real time, okay? I need receipts. Like, I can, if I went on what everybody told me in chat, Jesus Christ, God knows, Emmanuel would have been up in Canada on a mountain somewhere. It's not anything personal against you or anybody else, but I have to research, I have to validate things. And if I don't have receipts, I can't come out here and say, this is fact, this is 100% true. People send me things, I research it just like they do. We try to figure out if it's real or not. And if it's not, we say so. That's the best I got. I don't know what else to say about that. I'm sorry you weren't believed about Emmanuel Haro's neurological conditions. Honestly, it really isn't that you aren't believed. I honestly think he could have neurological issues, but I don't have his medical paperwork and I won't because of HIPAA. So I can't validate that. End of. Thank you. I, Deputy LeBlanc, with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, was asked by Sheriff Loins to work at the boat ramp located at the Trinity River Bridge on 59 South on February 18th of 2024. I arrived at the boat ramp at 8 a.m. to assist in looking for a missing child called Child Victim 1. When I arrived, I met with Captain Scuzzani and Sergeant Sexton to find out what my assigned duties were to be. Captain Scuzzani advised that I was to block the road leading down to the boat ramp and not allow anyone down the ramp unless they were unauthorized to be down there. I was to keep out all media, civilians, and non-law enforcement unless specifically given permission to go down the boat ramp. I remained at the boat ramp until 6 p.m. on February 18th of 2024. On February 19th of 2024 at 6 a.m., I returned to the Trinity River Bridge to block the boat road to the boat ramp again. Once again, I was told not to allow any media, civilians, and non-law enforcement unless specifically given permission to go down the boat ramp. I remained at the boat ramp until 6 p.m. when I was relieved by Officer Davis with Onalaska Police Department and Officer Bowen with the Livingston Police Department. I then returned to my regular duty post at the Polk County Judicial Center on February 20th of 2024. So this is when McDougal was in jail, and we heard rumors that he had said that Audrii Cunningham was in the Trinity River. And I remember seeing the media crews down there, and the police were not letting anybody in, which I appreciate, because if they had found her body and the media had been down there, could you imagine? And I just, that's horrific. And I'm glad that they did put police officers there to guard the area, because we see how in these cases, YouTubers, media, they'll cross lines and boundaries. Things can be found that don't necessarily need to be put on the media. We read in the other report that she was found in the nude. Like, could you imagine media having that? Audrii Cunningham being pulled out of that river like that in a yellow mesh bag tied to a rock in the nude. Like, that's just something that we don't need to see. You know what I mean? So I'm really glad that they did that. And I remember when they did that. Excuse me. There's another case around the Trinity River. Really? Probably. It wouldn't surprise me to learn that there was. We all believe that is true, but none of us were there to say if it's sure. Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, my channel is called Allegedly Speculating. And again, here is the casket. Right there. Right there it is. I mean, if you want to talk about what I was sent, it talks about Audrii Cunningham's case. So let's visit it for a second and redo this, okay? So that is the casket. It took a minute to find it. Let's go back over here since we're doing this. This is a picture of a casket, okay? Right here, it is a podcast, okay? The podcast is called Pushing Up Lilies. Listen.
a little bit about
People are
Audrii
okay.
Cunningham, who
Oh,
was a little girl who went missing here in Texas last
they're
week.
talking about Adrii
Don
Cunningham.
McDougal, who
Okay.
was a roommate of the child's father, was.
So I was sent this, and they were questioning if this is Adrii Cunningham's casket. It wasn't set, this is Adrii Cunningham's casket. It was a question. If I go on Google and I search right here where we did earlier, Adrii Cunningham's coffin, images, this is what I got. We looked through it. I even picked this and I was clicking through it. We could not find it. It was a speculation whether this could be the casket because the case is talking about Adrii Cunningham. We soon figured out it wasn't. Simultaneously, while I was sent this, excuse me, simultaneously, while I was sent this document with this casket with the audio about Adrii Cunningham,
case.
I was
He
also
was
provided
arrested
the
and
overlay
charged with
that
capital
has
murder
her
in her
casket on it.
death. His
So it
cell
was one
phone
of the
data,
two.
I guess.
We figured it out in real time. I sincerely apologize for that if it upset you, but sometimes I have to figure things out in real time. If that bothers you, I don't know what else to tell you, and I'm not going to keep listening to you fuss about it. I speculate. This is speculation. I don't know what else to do about it. If you keep on, I'm gonna block you. I love you to death. I know you've been a supporter, but I can't. I'm not. This is fucking stupid. Sorry,
Jess,
I'm
this
busy.
this is my fault. This is my
It's
fault.
not your fault.
What I typed in the chat, I typed backwards. I'm sorry. I have a little touch of dyslexia sometimes, and I wrote it is her casket instead of is it her casket. I have apologized in the chat 15 times. I do apologize. Sometimes we do have to retract. So that was my fault. I did not mean to bring that drama up to you. It was not your fault. That was my fault. I pasted it to you. It was the wrong one. I said it is her casket instead of is it, and I corrected it quickly. So I do apologize.
Okay.
All right.
I
Love you,
appreciate
girl.
that. Love you too. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Everybody calm down. It's okay. I apologize for misunderstanding. I'm going to get back to this document. No, Brenda, you're fine. It ain't nothing to do with you. All right. On Thursday, February 15th of 2024, I was the on-call detective with the Polk County Sheriff's Office. I was contacted by Lieutenant Craig Finnegan around the time of 2015 hours when he stated there is a missing child in Lake Livingston Estate 2 and 3. Lieutenant Finnegan stated that Detective Gortz has been out looking and assistance is needed. I checked on duty and made contact with the patrol that was working. I spoke with Deputy Adam McDowell, who stated that the 11-year-old was supposedly dropped off at the bus stop this morning, but the school called and she never came to school. Deputy McDowell stated that they have searched the house and that the mother's house. They have searched the house and the mother's house and have not located the child. I advised that I would meet with them to assist and to put the description of the child into the call card for other responders to see. I met with Deputy McDowell and Deputy Smith at the gas station at the intersection of 350 South and Highway 190 West. There, they stated that the person that dropped off the child was named Stephen McDougal. I advised that I know where he lives and I will go and try to make contact. Deputy Smith went with me to the neighborhood of Lake Livingston Estate 2 and 3 to look for Stephen. I wonder how they knew him and how they knew that's where he would be. I apologize too. Thank you, everybody, for it's all good. Hey, Rubber, good to see you. What? Why is Donna leaving? Donna, it ain't got nothing to do with you. Good gracious. Oh, no. Actually, that's the first time that happened. Anyway. When we arrived in the neighborhood, I was greeted by neighbors. Let me make sure y'all can see this. When we arrived in the neighborhood, I was greeted by neighbors. The neighbors stated that the child normally walks to the bus stop, which is at the intersection of a state road and Lakeshore Drive. The neighbors stated that the child is smart and would never just wander off and knows that she can go to a nearby house for help. I advised that we are currently looking for the male that dropped her off, and I'm going to his house to look for him, but if he returns before I do, to contact the sheriff's office. I went to the address where I know Stephen to live in a truck camper behind the house. How was he known by the police? I wonder if, oh my Jesus. Please, okay. Listen. I'm going to stay on topic. If somebody feels like they need to leave, please do so. I'm done with it. This is not common, and this is not what I do over here, and it stops. I don't do this. This is not me. This is not my channel. If you need to leave, please do so. Again, end of. Thank you. When we arrived in the neighborhood, I was greeted by neighbors. The neighbors stated that the child normally walks to the bus stop, which is in the intersection of a state road and Lakeshore Drive. The neighbor stated the child is smart and would never just wander off and knows she can go to a nearby house for help. I read that. Okay. I was contacted by a neighbor on my county cell phone who stated that Stephen was at the bus stop area again. I advised that I would be on my way. En route, I was contacted by Deputy Smith on radio who stated that he had the Stephen subject detained in the backseat of his vehicle. I arrived to Deputy Smith around 20:37 hours. I was advised that he is in the back seat. I opened the back door and I was wearing my vest, which had sheriff on the chest and back plate. I also had my badge on my vest to show that I was operating as a peace officer. When I opened the door, I asked, "How's it going?" And he stated that he was just put in the back of a cop car and has no clue what's going on. Bullshit. He knew exactly what was going on because at this point, it was after Audrey was missing, obviously, and after he had committed her homicide because Audrey leaves with him at 6:45 in the morning, and then he comes back at 11:17. So Audrey was abused and died in that, 9, 10, 11, 2.5 hour period? Curious Christine, thank you so much for the super sticker. I greatly appreciate that. And thank you for providing some excitement in chat with a little lemon blowing a kiss. That is cute. I like the fact that it's a lemon right now in this moment as well. The irony is not lost on me. Thank you so much, Curious Christine. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I'm going to sage today. Sage in my house. I am saging my house. I sure am. I need to do that anyway, though. Thank you, Curious Christine. I greatly appreciate that. That was very sweet of you. Okay. I do not have... Okay, where am I at? Oh, okay. The back seat was dark, so the camera did not capture a good picture of Stephen, but he was jittery, as in not able to sit still, and was speaking very fast. This is stated to show that I believe Stephen to be under the influence. Okay, so he right now is in the back of a cop car. He's stating, "I don't know why I'm here." He's committed the homicide of this child that morning. Looking to see a date on here. Yeah, that morning, because this is Thursday, February 15th. And he's high that evening. So I think it was a combination of his sick desires and the drugs, if I'm being honest. It continues. I asked Stephen if he had been drinking, and he stated that he has not, and I told him that I could smell it. I asked Stephen what happened this morning, and he stated that he dropped her off at the intersection around 7-ish. He stated that she comes and gets him because he's the only one up that early. I asked for clarification where she lives, and he stated that he lives at the house with her. He said, "We all live in the same house, and her father is Joshua Cunningham." Stephen stated that he knows Josh because he's been staying there since he got out of prison over a year ago. I asked him if he understood why we were here, and he stated that he does, but he doesn't understand why he is in the back seat. He stated that he was the one who woke everyone up asking if they had video or saw anything. Now, knowing that he's the perpetrator, do you guys think, I'll do a poll, do you guys think that that was because he wanted to look innocent or because he was trying to destroy evidence like video footage and things like that? Stephanie, thank you for the super sticker. I'll be right there to grab that. We'll do look innocent. Because I only know how to do a yes or no poll, I said, do you think Stephen was trying to look innocent? And the options are, do you think that he was asking for, when he woke everyone up and was asking if there is video footage or if anybody had seen her, do you think he was trying to look innocent or do you think he was trying to destroy evidence? If you think he was trying to destroy evidence, then you would answer no to the question, do you think he was trying to look innocent? Stephanie, thank you so much for the super sticker. Lola's mom, thank you so much for the super sticker. Loa's mom's super stickers got like a meh face with the eyes shut in the mouth. That's very cute. Stephanie's, that was Lola's. Stephanie's has got a little angel smiley face. That's not lost on me either. That's so cute. Thank you. And then I got another lemon from Donna. Thank you so much, Donna, for the lemon blowing the kiss. The irony is not lost on me for that. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. And I greatly appreciate that. Brown-eyed butterfly said, I'm sure he was asking if anyone had video. Do you think he would have destroyed it if they'd have said they did? Oh, that's okay, Peaches. What do you think? Yeah, sorry. Donna is sending kisses. Thank you for that. Miss North said, yeah, I'm sure he did all sorts. I think he's a higher level predator than we thought or know. We should search for 10 to 12-year-old little girls missing from anywhere he's lived. Hopefully the police did that. I wonder though, I mean, obviously it's not the first time that he had offended. And I wonder if there were other victims in between the enticing a minor charge and Audrii Cunningham's charge. Hey, Angela, you don't know the Audrii Cunningham case? Well, I'm going through the narratives now, the police narratives. It can give you some insight, but it's a horrific case out of Livingston, Texas. Thank you, Blue Jay, for sending hugs. That was very sweet and supportive of you. And thank you guys so much. I greatly appreciate it. Right now, a lot of you said that, yes, you think he was trying to look innocent. We're at 74% think he was trying to look innocent, and the rest, I agree. I'm thinking, think he was trying to destroy the evidence. Okay. It continues. Let me make sure we're on the same page. Yep. I advised that he was the last one to see her, so therefore questions are needed to be asked to him, and he stated he understood that. Stephen kept stating he takes her everywhere. I asked if she has any friends in the area, and he stated that she has a friend across the street. He didn't know her name, but offered to take me over there, just knows where it is. I told Stephen that I would not let him drive, for sure, and he interrupted me, stating they were coming down here now. At 20:39 hours, I took the phone from Stephen and advised that I would just be holding on to it for a little so he doesn't call or let anyone know anything. After listening to this part, I remember reading this and I was like, what? After me taking the phone, he became defensive, telling me to look at his gallery and that it was his baby. He stated again that he takes her everywhere. Hey, Miss King, good to see you. Have you had a chance to look into Blake Chapel? No, but I have it written down to look into, and I will write it down again to look into. Got my cactus pin. E-P-E-L-L. And that was in Georgia, right? I wrote it down again so I wouldn't forget. He's full on creep, said Hannah. Miss North said he did have a bunch of USBs in the clown car, so yeah, he was probably a serial recorder, among other things. That's scary to think about. You know what I mean? Newman, Georgia. Thank you. Let me write that down. Newnansga. Okay, got it. It is nice to see you. Yeah, it's the Audrii Cunningham case. It's horrific. Yeah, 2007 until Audrey. No, there are other victims, and unfortunately, due to ramifications of the 2007 case, he could have escalated to what he did to Audrey easily to leave no witnesses. But I don't think any of them reported him. And that's the only place I stop. Like, if he got arrested and everybody knows his case, would they have come forward and said, hey, he abused me? Maybe not. If they were too young, they wouldn't want to tell their parents. I don't know. How was he allowed to be around this little girl? Well, it was a loophole. Basil's wanting attention, so I had to stop for a minute. It was a loophole. He got a charge for enticing a minor, but did not have to register as a sex offender. So allegedly, the dad and the grandma didn't know, but were also allegedly sleeping with Stephen McDougal. Probably not alive. If there's missing children that he's come into contact with, I hope the police figured that out. And he will be charged with it at some point. He just got charged with this in January of this year, So I'll read that last part again. After taking the phone, he became defensive, telling me to look at his gallery and that it was his baby. He stated again that he takes her everywhere. I informed him that the main reason that he was wanted for questioning is because there was messages going around with the mother that he was supposed to be taking her to the mom. He stated that she's been asking about her mom, and then he stated that the daughter does not want to talk to the mom. When I asked if he had the messages, he stated he deleted them. I did look at the messages on the grandmother Tabitha's phone. A synopsis of the messages is that Stephen reached out to the mother, Cassie Matthews, stating that her daughter had been asking and wanting to meet, and they were making plans to meet at a boat ramp. So again, I mean, that right there to me is proving premeditation. Did he get her in the car that morning and say, "Oh, we're going to go to the boat ramp so you can meet your mom"? I finally got in touch with her. Excuse me. Brown-eyed butterfly said, "I'm so upset with the dad and grandma. Why would you allow your young daughter around a creep like that and let him take her places? It's mind-blowing." It is. This is such a disturbing case. It seems like some cases of CSA cases involve neglect of the poor children. Yeah, I agree, Donna. Especially considering that CPS was involved and always closed out the cases. Parents or grandparents need to be held responsible for having this person around her. I agree. And they haven't. Is the U.S. just considered a land unsafe for children? Is this everywhere as bad as it is here? I don't know. Like, if I think about places like the Philippines where young girls, like these sick people go over there to spend time with young children, it's probably just not as reported. I don't know if you've ever seen also the movie Slumdog Millionaire, but there's children. It shows his story, the guy who wants to be a millionaire from India, and it shows children that basically get kidnapped too, and it was a scary situation. Yeah, he was babysitting her because the dad traveled all the time for work. From what I understand, the dad worked with grandpa on the fishing boat, and they would be gone for like 4 to 6 months at a time. I can tell you, yeah, see, it might be because I'm able to get documents. It's a good movie, Slumdog Millionaire. Yeah, and there's a lot of parents not taking care of their kids, too. Okay, wait a minute. Tabitha stated that her granddaughter never made it back to the house and that they have looked through every room. I was able to have the message screenshots sent to my county phone. Lieutenant Finnegan arrived on location at 20:51 hours, and I briefed him of the information that I have obtained thus far. Chief Lowry arrived at the intersection at 20:52 hours. He then went to an intersection or a redacted place with Detective Hamperly. Excuse me. Deputy Smith asked Stephen per consent to search his vehicle, and he denied. Oh, shit. Denying search of the vehicle. Yeah, it's really good. That's how predators work. See, children's parents are being neglectful towards them. Unfortunately, that's true. That is true. There's a lot of parents not really paying attention, busy living it up and ignoring what's going on with their children. I agree. I agree. Lieutenant Finnegan then began speaking with Stephen. He did not have a body camera on, so I tried to stand close to record the conversation, but the camera did not capture it. The in-car video of Deputy Smith should have captured the conversation. I advised Deputy Smith to check the vehicle to verify insurance, and he stated that insurance was not confirmed. I advised Deputy Smith that I do not want that vehicle to leave as long as he is talking with Lieutenant Finnegan. He won't tow it in front of him. I had Deputy McDowell check the residence of Redacted due to her getting on the wrong bus a couple of years ago and going there. He checked, and the residents there stated they have not spoken to the child in a couple of months. Stephen stated that he messed up his brakes yesterday, meaning February 14th of 2024, and that he's been going around all day trying to get brake fluid from different places. He stated that all day today he's been going around asking for money for brake fluid for his truck because he stated that he learned his rear brake line was broken. He gave Lieutenant Finnegan consent for him to search his vehicle. Lieutenant Edwards assisted with that. Lieutenant Finnegan then spoke with him more. Later, Captain Scotsani spoke with Steve to get a time of events. Stephen stated he first left at 5:15 to take Henry's mom to work, who had to be there at 6:30, and then he came back. Stephen could not provide any times as to when he left there and returned home. Stephen stated that when he got back, he laid back down. He stated that he took D'Angela Reyes to work at Murphy's every morning because her car broke down. I then spoke with Stephen to get a better timeline. He stated that he woke up, even though he didn't really go to sleep, he had dozed off a little bit. He said that he had to get her to work at 6 o'clock, so he left around 5:15. He goes right past Thomas Supply, Pan American. She lives by Matthews Park. I pick her up. I take her to work every day. He stated that they sat in the parking lot because she wasn't supposed to be there until 7. Stephen stated he got back and the girl knocked on his door, so he took her to the bus stop. Let me scroll up. I wonder what the dad got in trouble for. I don't know that the dad got in trouble. Have you guys heard that he did? Okay, wait a minute. He stated that she woke him up right at 7. Stephen then stated he dropped her off at 7 or a minute or two around that. Stephen stated that he went fishing right after that. Lake Livingston Village boat ramp. Doesn't know the time, but stated that he didn't stay long because he couldn't get any bait. He then stated that he left and went directly to Browder's boat ramp, but didn't know a time, and stated that he did not cross the bridge. After that, Stephen stated that he went down 1988 to Goodrich and went to the gas station in Shepherd, Exxon with the Jack in the Box to get brake fluid. Stephen stated he stopped at the next gas station coming towards Livingston on 59 to get more brake fluid and then went to Walmart. The mechanic stopped right across the street from the sheriff's department. From there, he went to the pawn shop, Richard's Pawn. Stephen stated that he was going by Brookshire Brothers when a girl from the pawn shop lost the wheel, so he picked her up and her kid and returned to his residence, got Lucky's truck and trailer, doesn't know their name, tried to load their car on the trailer, but it did not work too good. During that, he drug that car to the apartments across from the Sonic. After that, he returned home and put the battery back in his truck. Wait a minute. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Then he went to Cash America around 2-ish possibly. He stated that on his way, he came across another woman who broke down and followed her to the Shell, so she could get gas. Stephen then stated that on his way back, he passed another girl walking and picked her, who stated it was her birthday, so he took her fishing in Onalaska. I could not determine the locations. He stated a blue store on the right and turned right, and then a dock in Idlewild. And when they first started, he was called by Lucky, stating the little girl did not make it home from school. He stated that he dropped the female that he picked up, Rosemary, at her house right down the road. Okay, who's believing that he's picking up all these people? Oh, you're broke down? Well, let me help you. I'm just your friendly neighborhood meth head that loves to help everybody that's broke down. Is that what we're to believe, Mr. McDougal? I think this is a game. I think all of it is a game. Ain't he such a good Samaritan picking up all these women? Yeah, sure sounds like it. Lord have mercy. Several officers went to the residence on Lakeside Drive to search the house and the woods behind the house. Volunteer firefighters began showing up as well and assisting with the search. After several hours, nothing was found. Lieutenant Finnegan arrived back on scene, and the phone that I had taken from Stephen was turned over to him. Lieutenant Finnegan stated that he was going to take Stephen to the office to question him there. I observed as Stephen got into his personal vehicle, the Blue Tahoe, to drive away with Lieutenant Finnegan ahead of him and Deputy Smith behind. Deputy McDowell was able to locate a camera system on Entrance Road, and the residents provided the memory card for it. I was able to look at the memory card with the recordings captured, and I was able to determine that Don Stephen McDougal left the neighborhood at 6:47 a.m. I went around the neighbors to ask about other videos, but none captured anything. The card was taken to the office that morning on February 16th of 2024. With the card on my desktop, I sat and watched the video from 6:30 when the bus got to the bus stop. There was only one vehicle that entered during that time but never left. Stephen's vehicle never returned. Several other vehicles left the neighborhood, and from the night prior, none reported seeing the child at the bus stop. The memory card was given to Detective Hemperly. Blue Giraffes said Dad and Grandma would be charged if they left Audrey alone with a pit bull. They should be charged with this. I definitely agree. Boom, 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 bam. And that's what kills me. Like, people get charged for things like that, but not for what actually happened, like what happened here. I think he was hooking everybody up. Hey, Overprotected. My jaw dropped. She said she gets that all the time, but ignores them. Still scary to know. What? Yeah, how many women was he going to help in one day? I don't keep up with all the platforms either, if I'm being honest. Yep, Orange Rose said, a bullshit.
Yeah. A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
And we do know his story was bullshit because he killed her. I know, thinking about mud and muck being on her face when she was found. Mud and soot is what they said. Poor baby found in the nude. Probably pretty tech savvy. It was easier to learn stuff at 58. I got behind tech at some point, never caught up. I don't know much about it either. I have to know the platforms my child is on. Yeah, it's good to know the platforms your children are on. I agree with that. I'm not very technologically savvy, which my children don't get on platforms and stuff like that. They get on YouTube, but we have parental controls and things like that and their schoolwork. That's about it. On February 16th of 2024, I rode with Detective Gortz around the county looking for buildings, houses, or anywhere he told me that he went looking. And basically, the detectives went around looking for anywhere that Don Stephen McDougal said he had been, and the detectives were looking for cameras. It's written weird, so it's hard to understand. Beacon Bay's Food Mart manager was not there to access the cameras. The owner of Livingston Outboard Motors was not there to review his footage. We checked by Thomas Supply and watched the vehicle the video, and I did not observe the vehicle pass by. We were able to locate camera footage at the gas station in Shepherd. Livingston Police Department Detective Early was there already and stated that he got a statement from the clerk, and she reported that a man who looked like Stephen came into the gas station the day prior, and he was wet and dripping sweat and asked for brake fluid, but he could not buy any, so he went out to the gas pumps where someone gave him $5. We were able to download a video on flash drive, which does show Don Stephen McDougal pulling into the pumps in his older model Tahoe and do what the clerk reported. On the way back to the county, we stopped at the 59 Trinity River Bridge. I observed prints that led to the water and then came back. I did not observe any drag marks from the tracks that I saw. While there, I received a phone call from Chief Lowry stating that they found the little girl's backpack at Browder's Marina on the San Juanito side. Detective Goertz and myself relocated there. When we arrived on the scene, Texas Rangers were processing the scene, and we were informed dogs were coming out to check scent and cadaver. We were also notified that a dive team is coming as well to search the shallow water around the area. So even there, like, they hadn't even found her all the way, but they had cadaver dogs come out immediately to the scene. Y'all are all awesome mamas, and knowledge is power. I agree. On February 19th of 2024, I assisted with searching the area of Lake Livingston Village, the undeveloped parts. Nothing was located. On February 20th of 2024, I was notified that a dive team located child victim 1 in the Trinity River by the bridge next to the old columns. She was secured to a large rock by a rope. All right. I don't know what page we're on, but I'm going to try to finish it today if we can. It's quite a lot to get through, but I mean, it gives us information that we didn't have on the case already. On February 16th of 2024, Detective Schreiner, we got another detective, Schreiner, was alerted to the San Juanito County Sheriff's Office locating a backpack that was said to possibly be a match to one belonging to child victim 1. The victim will be identified as child victim 1 throughout this supplemental report. I traveled to the area of Browder's Marina with Chief DPD Lord, let me get a sip of my coffee. Hold on. Donna said, did he commit her homicide because she threatened to expose him? I don't know. There was rumors that, like, the friend's mother said she could be pregnant. I don't know if that was ever put out or not, or debunked. It probably has been, but I'm just not sure. Also, I mean, he could have been abusing her or grooming her and then hurt her and knew she was going to tell. That's what gets me. Like, they do these things to these children, and then the child, like Naziah Harris, like, you're doing these things to these children, but why kill them? Like, why not just go and serve time for what you did to the child? Instead, you're going to prison for the rest of your life for committing their homicide. Like, do you really think you're going to get away with it? I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. Yes, everybody is awesome here in our speculating family. And we love everybody. Upon arrival, I met with San Juanito County Sheriff's Department Sergeant Nash and Detective Gray. Oh, sorry. I went with Chief Deputy Lowry to retrieve the evidence as well as look for new evidence. Upon arrival, I met with San Juanito County Sheriff's Department Sergeant Nash and Detective Sharpen. Nash advised he recovered the backpack from a fisherman who had observed the backpack while casting a net for bait. At this time, I placed crime scene tape in the area above the crime scene so that we could preserve anything of evidentiary value in the case. During my time at the scene on this day, I assisted others with photographing and taking measurements of tire tracks. I recall Lieutenant Ranger Clendenin pointing out that there was what appeared to be a business card laying in the dirt near a tree in which the backpack was located. The card was a Polk County Sheriff's Office card that had Deputy Martinez information on it. Captain Scazzani contacted Deputy Martinez, who advised he had given a business card to McDougal a couple of days prior to this day while at a traffic stop. Y'all, he had this Deputy Martinez's business card. He had been given it a few days prior at a traffic stop, and that just so happens to be laying on the ground by a tree where Audrey's book bag is found. Divine intervention, if you ask me. Hey, Mrs. O. It does remind me a lot of Maddie's case. I think they are going to get away with everything they have done to them. Thank goodness they didn't, right? Thank goodness. If you have kids, you should know who everyone is in their past, even if it's just the mailman delivering packages. I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm sick of these predators having access to our children and families, allowing these children to be so accessible to these sick monsters. Know who your kids are with, please. I agree. Brown-eyed Butterfly said, if I remember right, it took them a bit to find her because she was secured to a rock and the water current had her circling in the water. Yep, it did. It took them a little while to locate her, but they knew that she was down there. Cassie did not have another baby after losing Audrey. I didn't know that. Thank you for the information, Rubber. On February 17th of 2024. Oh, sorry. It's dated February 17th of 2024. On today's date, I was back at Browder's Marina searching the area for child victim 1 and any evidence related to the case. I was notified by Chief Deputy Lowry that EquiSearch had located possible items of interest in the case at the Trinity River Bridge located on the San Juanito-Polk County line on U.S. Highway 59. I traveled to the area and met with a white male known as Brinkley. Brinkley is a Texas EquiSearch volunteer. Brinkley was asked to provide a statement about his activity. Brinkley provided a written statement advising that he observed a fabric bundle floating near a railroad trestle. He was able to pull the fabric back to shore with his hiking or walking stick. He states he untied the bundle and observed what appeared to be black child's sweatpants, size medium, and another piece of black fabric. The bundle was tied together using multiple simple knots, according to Brinkley. At approximately 11:27, I observed a pair of black child's pants, size medium 8, and a black fitted sheet, and an orange, blue, gray fabric consistent with tent material lying a few yards from the bank, just south of the railroad pylons. I photographed and collected said evidence, and it was taken back to the Polk County Sheriff's Office and released to FBI Special Agent David Rogers. The written statement provided by Brinkley was turned over to Detective Hemperly, and the photographs were sent to her as well. Now, I don't know if that was related to Audrey's case or not. Maybe we'll find out later, or I can look at the court documents if I can get them and see if that was related to Audrey. I think it was, because it would be probably the size pants that she was wearing, child's pants, size medium 8. A black fitted sheet would make me think it could be a sheet from the bed from the house, and we can all surmise as to why that might have been there. And the tent cover would have been big enough to put in the vehicle to lay down as like a blanket, and we can all surmise why that might have been done as well. Especially considering there was pants located with feces in them. And I'll let you make your own conclusions from that. I don't want to expand on that any more than I already have, because it's hard to think about. All right, hold on. Okay. On February 18th of 2024, I returned to the Browder scene and continued to assist in the search for child victim 1 and alternated between there and the River Bridge location. On February 19th of 2024, I returned to the Browder scene and continued to assist in the search for child victim 1 and alternated between there and the Trinity Bridge location. On February 20th of 2024, I traveled to the River Bridge location and stood by while the search for child victim 1 continued. Once located, I assisted by placing crime scene tape around the location where child victim 1 was located to preserve evidence. I also placed the red evidence tag on child victim 1's body bag and assisted with loading child victim 1 into the hearse for transport to the medical examiner's office. I agree. Okay, got a new supplemental. On February 16th of 2023, Lieutenant Finnegan obtained an arrest warrant for Don Stephen McDougal in an unrelated case investigation of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for Polk County Sheriff's Office. McDougal was a suspect in an assault case back in August of 2023. The matter had been referred to the Polk County District Attorney's Office for review and the grand jury, and was understanding the case was being presented to the grand jury earlier this day, but was not. McDougal was arrested at the sheriff's office at 6:30 p.m., where he was again being questioned into the disappearance of Audrii Cunningham. McDougal was booked into the Polk County Jail. I don't know if you guys remember. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on this page. I think. Hold on. Might have been on the right page. What the? I'm on a different incident report. Why is it different? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, because I had the page flipped. Okay, wait a minute. We'll get back to that one in a minute. We haven't come across that. That's the one page that I printed on the back side. Okay. On February 15th of 2024 at approximately 18:30 hours, I learned that the sheriff's office had received a call about a missing 11-year-old girl who had been missing since this morning before 7 o'clock. The child, known as Child Victim 1, was missing from the Lake Livingston Estates, Subdivision 2 and 3, and the physical address they redacted. I responded to the area at approximately 20:53 hours and met with deputies and a group of people who had gathered at the intersection of a state road and North Lakeshore Drive. This location was later learned to be the intersection or the school bus stop for this subdivision where child victim 1 should have been dropped off. I learned child victim 1 was transported to the bus stop by a family friend later identified as Don Stephen McDougal, known as the defendant in this supplement. Child victim 1 never made it to the bus stop from this location on the morning of February 15th of 2024. This is the numbered one, number 4. I'm glad he's in prison for life. He can't hurt anyone again. I agree. I'm not sure. She might be busy today. Okay. Number 5, I responded to the residence off Lakeshore Drive. The residence is brownish in color, 3-story residence with white trim and the driveway to the left of the front door. Front door is facing Lakeside Drive with a large staircase going up to the second floor, which led into a living room area. The residence has a large garage to the back left of behind the driveway. There is a driveway at the back of the residence off of Clan Campbell Road. Also behind the residence was a shed, a cab cover over camper where the defendant lived, 2 small travel trailers, 1 large travel trailer, a trampoline, and a center console boat. 6, I arrived at the residence, at which time I spoke with the grandmother and the father. They advised that the defendant had carried child victim 1 to the bus stop this morning around 7 o'clock. Joshua stated when child victim 1 did not show up at the residence after 17:30 hours, which is the normal time for her to arrive home off the bus, he called the bus barn for Livingston ISD. He was advised that child victim 1 was never picked up from the bus stop that morning. 7, Joshua advised when he went to call the bus barn, he noticed he had received a text from the school around 1 o'clock that read that child victim 1 was absent from school on this date. 8, myself, Detective Hamperly, and Detective Segura started a search of the area in and around the evidence. After completing this search, we started a search in the wooded area near the residence. The one thing that stuck out was defendant's boots were outside on the concrete to the left of his camper. The boots were wet from the inside out, and the socks he had been wearing were also on the concrete next to the boots. They were also wet with what appeared to be dirty water. I didn't know that either. At approximately 20:35, I was informed by Lieutenant Cunningham that defendant had arrived back at the subdivision and they had him at the bus stop area. I had no involvement with the defendant during this time or during the entire investigation. 10. We remained in the area by the residence, and I had the Livingston Fire Marshal come out to fly his drone with heat-seeking equipment prior to volunteers entering the wooded area for a physical search. DPS helicopter was also en route, but advised due to the weather they had to turn around. After exhausting all search areas around the house, we focused on Cassie and her location. At approximately 3:17 p.m. or 3:17 a.m. on February 16th of 2024, I checked out Minnie Lane. Hold on a minute. Dang it. Hold on, my headphones died. Watch out, Basil. Okay. I'm going to charge them for a minute because I don't necessarily need headphones. Let me make sure y'all are on the right. Yeah, we're at number 11. At approximately 3:17 a.m. on February 16th of 2024, I checked out Minnie Lane with several other officers. This is the home of Cassie, the mother of child victim 1. Cassie, Justin, and Jared were found to be in the residence. The 3 were asked to come to the sheriff's office for an interview, and they all advised they would. The residence was searched for child victim 1 with her not being located. One thing that caught our eye was someone had written on a notebook page, "How long for an Amber Alert to come out?" This notebook was on Justin and Cassie's bed. On February 16th at approximately 10:20, I received a phone call from San Juanito County Captain Brian Nichols in reference to a backpack being found below the dam on the outlet side of the river. I responded to the area and met with Captain Nichols, who turned the backpack over to me around 10:30. I observed the backpack to be reddish or maroon in color with Hello Kitty Will Win printed on it. Bottom part of the backpack is red and white checkered board pattern. As I checked the contents of the backpack, I could see the backpack itself was not wet. A small shoe, which matched the description of the one child victim was wearing that morning, was wet inside the backpack. There were also documents from the elementary school child victim 1 went to, as well as a name for one of her teachers. So he basically he put her and the backpack in the river. One of her shoes was actually in the backpack and one was not. Knowing your surroundings, people, and places is smart for not only having kids, but for yourself. I agree, Parabola. 14. I turned the backpack over to Polk County Sheriff's Office Captain Scotsani, and we started to focus our search area at this time down by the water where the backpack had been located. The area is located on the San Juanito County side of the Trinity River. The Trinity River is actually the outlet side of the river and not actually the main river below the dam. This area is an unmaintained dirt road leading down to the water. People use this roadway to get down to the river's edge to fish. The water level was up in this area at the time, which left a lot of the land area underwater. And I remember hearing that the area, there had been rain in the area at that time, which made it hard to search the river for her body. And that goes back to what you guys were saying about the waters churning and things like that. 16. There were several ruts on the dirt road area down by the water, and it was obvious that someone had gotten stuck. The vehicle that had been stuck had even struck a tree as it was trying to back out of the roadway to the left. Damn. It was later determined by looking at track marks left in the dirt and the mark left on the tree that had been hit that this was the defendant's vehicle that had been stuck in this area. It was Don Stephen McDougal's vehicle. There was also a deputy's business card on the road by the backpack. This business card was given to Stephen McDougal 2 nights prior for drug information the defendant wanted to provide. Oh, so he was talking to the detective about possibly becoming a confidential informant. And so the officer gave him his card. That's interesting. I think I remember hearing something about Don Stephen McDougal possibly being a confidential informant too, and maybe that's where that came from. Basil, honey. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Basil having a fit. Don't get my feet. Don't get my feet. I'll get you some crackers in a minute. I don't know where your crackers are. I can't find his crackers. Maybe you got to go lay down for a minute. Okay. On February 16th of 2024 to February 18th of 2024, I was in charge of the operations on the Browder side of the river search for child victim 1. During this time, I had HPD dive team, Harris County Sheriff's Office dive team, Texas Game Warden dive team, and the Texas Department of Public Safety dive team. With the above listed dive teams, several pieces of equipment was utilized during the search for child victim 1. Number 18, I did public service the Trinity River Authority to ask if the dam could be shut down to allow the water to go down. I was advised that it was impossible to do this due to there was so much water coming from up north. I was advised that it would probably be 2 weeks before any of the gates could be shut. I later received a call saying that lake level was at point that they could come down around the 3,000, which later brought the water level down around 4 foot on February 17th of 2024 in the area we were searching. On February 18th of 2024, I made another phone call to the Trinity River Authority and was advised that later it looked like they were coming down another 3,000 and maybe another 2,000 that evening. This later dropped the river level down approximately 8 to 10 feet. On February 18th of 2024, we decided that we would focus our search efforts more in the area of U.S. Highway 59 Trinity River Bridge area. We have been searching this area since February 17th. This was a location where child victim 1's pants were located wrapped up in a tent and a sheet along the riverbank. So that is verification that those items were Audrii's. Now, why would a pair of pants, a tent, and a black sheet, a tent rain cover, and a black sheet be in the river, tied in miscellaneous knots over and over and over again? See, that kind of stuff pisses me off. This is an area where the defendant did take Texas Rangers and detective claiming he was going to show them where he had put her body. I was present when they took him out of the vehicle on this date, and he started to act as if he did not know anything, claiming someone had told him this information. The defendant started telling the Rangers and detectives to fuck off, so he was loaded back into the vehicle and he was taken back to the Polk County Jail. So evidently he confessed, but then took it all back or something. On the evening of February 18th of 2024, I did meet with Tim from Texas EquiSearch about some images he had been seeing on his graph. The images could have been of a body in the water. He claimed that they would find it, and then lose it again. He claimed it was not consistent on the graph. On February 19th of 2024, I had DPS dive team at the location under the 59 River Bridge, where we were focusing on the area where Tim had seen the image. The area was approximately 15 to 20 yards from the railroad footer to the east and about 15 yards from the bank and approximately 9 feet of water. The water current was very strong, and the diver who was tethered to the bank was being moved around in the water so much he was unable to complete a very good search of that area. On February 20th, I had Harris County dive team on location searching the area where Tim from Texas EquiSearch had recorded the image. The water in the area was now at 4 to 5 feet versus 9 feet from the day before. They used 2 different underwater robots to search this area. No image could be found in the water current, and the water current was still too great to keep the robots still. 23. The dive team commander had one diver, Jones, suit up, and he used handheld sonar in an attempt to get better image of the area in an attempt to see what Tim was seeing. Tim was not present with EquiSearch on this date to assist in pointing out the spot of his image. This also provided no findings, and I advised the commander that the area around the railroad footers had not been searched very well due to the water's current. They attempted to pull Gary West up the current using the tether, and the diver advised the current was too great to keep the handheld sonar still. Gary at this time moved to the south bank where the water was not flowing as much. He started a search by going in between the old metal railroad footer, focusing the handheld sonar in the deep part of the channel where the water current was greater. Gary is only in just above waist deep water. The water was approximately 4 foot in this area. He walked between the metal on the old footer. He came past the first wooden pole, which is part of the old railroad footer. He hit child victim 1 with part of his body, causing her to come to the top of the water briefly before sinking again. I observed. I'm going to give y'all a trigger warning. Hold on. I observed a very small body with no clothes and what appeared to be blonde hair that was very dirty from the water. Another diver suited up at this point, and Jay Dimby entered the water to assist in placing child victim 1 into a mesh water body bag, yellow in color. Both Jason and Gary started putting her into the body bag when Jason came around to assist in placing her legs into the bag. Jason realized she had a rope tied to one of her legs, and he followed the rope down to find it tied to a large rock on the floor of the river. Jason raised the rock up and realized the way the rope had been tied around the rock made it easy to just slip off. Jason handed me the rock, and I handed it to Polk County Deputy Vance Berry, who placed it into the Harris County dive team boat. Once child victim 1 was placed into the water bag, Jason assisted with getting her out of the water by handing her up to me. Polk County Deputy Berry assisted with getting her up out of the water where she was laid on the rocks. Child victim 1 and the yellow water bag was placed into a black body bag, and she was loaded onto the Harris County boat as well. Once the boat was loaded onto the trailer and pulled out of the water under the bridge, child victim 1 was removed from the boat, placing her on the ground for San Juanito County JP to view her, and photos of her were taken at that time by Ranger Rogan and Captain Sutsani. Child victim 1 was picked up by Cochrane Funeral Home, and she was transported to the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office. I apologize. It's hard to read. Yeah, this is a bad one. I'm at 30. Sorry, I forgot to scroll. We're almost done with this one. A few days later, Sheriff Lyons, Ranger Rogan, and myself went back down to the area where child victim 1 was found to take photos of the area now, since the water level was completely down, along with some measurements. During this time, I looked in the area where Tim was getting his image and found that the image he was getting was from a metal frame from the old railroad bridge footer. And that's the end of the supplement. That's page 32 of 38. Now, this is the one I do believe I was reading that talked about McDougal. Maybe. Hold on. Okay. This one starts on February 15, 2024 at approximately 18:09 p.m. The sheriff's office received a call in reference to a missing child victim 1, who lived in Lake Livingston Estates subdivision in Polk County, Texas. At 21:55, I received a call from dispatch advising me of a missing child, and I responded out. I arrived on scene of the school bus stop where child victim 1 was supposed to have gotten on the bus and been taken to school. The school bus stop was located at the intersection of North Lakeshore Drive and Estate Drive in front of a Lakeshore Drive residence. Upon arrival, I was briefed on the incident by several deputies and detectives. I then began assisting with coordinating resources in an effort to find child victim 1. Local volunteer fire department and emergency services personnel began to arrive on scene shortly after my arrival. I then began dispatching these resources to different locations to search for child victim 1, based on the locations that Mr. McDougal gave deputies and detectives of where he had been that day. The resources were split to search these locations. The following locations were searched, not all inclusive: the Lake Livingston Estate subdivision and neighborhood, Lake Livingston Village, Tigerville Park, Browder's boat ramp along the river below the dam on both sides of the bridge of the San Juanito and Polk County side. Several of the searchers, including deputies and detectives, were also tasked with knocking on all doors in the Lake Livingston Estates neighborhood in an effort to locate child victim 1 and or any and all active video camera footage. Several videos were obtained from several residences. I was able to speak to Mr. McDougal as he stood in front of Deputy Smith's patrol Tahoe at the bus stop intersection. I asked Mr. McDougal if he knew of any friends that child victim 1 may have had in the area that she would have left the area with or to visit. Mr. McDougal stated that there was a school friend about the same age as child victim 1 in the Putman's Landing subdivision that was child victim 1's age and where she had visited before. At approximately 22:05, I had Deputy Smith transport Mr. McDougal in his patrol Tahoe to point out the address, while myself and Lieutenant Edwards followed him to the residence off of Star Street in the Putman's Landing subdivision. We were able to speak with the young girl and her mother. The young girl stated that she had not seen child victim 1 all day, and the last time that she spoke to child victim 1 was on the bus on the way home on February 14th of 2024, when child victim 1 told her she was excited to see her dad, who was coming home on the following day, February 15th of 2024. Whoa, wait a minute. So if the dad was gone and was coming home on the 15th when she went missing, and he's out on fishing boats for months at a time, I wonder if McDougal had been abusing Audrii when he was gone on the fishing boat, and then he was coming home that day. McDougal was scared Audrii was going to say something, or if she was with child, that, she was going to tell her dad she was with child. And so he killed Audrii to keep the dad from finding out. And it kind of does make me sad for her dad, too, because I'm assuming her dad got home sometime after that morning when he thought she was at school and she wasn't. Yeah, evidently she was left with Grandma and McDougal. McDougal takes her at 6:45 in the morning. Dad gets home sometime during the day and realizes that she didn't get off the bus that afternoon. Yeah, Jada, thank you, Cindy, for answering that. And no, they just call them child victim 1. We then followed Deputy Smith as he transported Mr. McDougal back to the bus stop location. That makes me kind of sad. So maybe the dad didn't know about the abuse, but he still shouldn't have had McDougal there. We continued to talk with residents and search the wooded areas of this neighborhood and surrounding wooded areas. On February 16th, 2024, at approximately 10:15, I was advised by Chief Lowry to respond to a dirt road area that led down to the Lake Livingston Dam inlet area of the river near Browder's boat ramp on the San Juanito County side of the bridge. I was then advised that this is where child victim 1's backpack was reported to have been located by a citizen fisherman who took the backpack to Browder's Marina store and turned it over to the San Juanito County Sheriff's Office. At approximately 10:30, Chief Lowry and I met with San Juanito County Sheriff's Office deputies who brought the backpack over to our command post location where the backpack was found and turned the backpack over to Chief Lowry. I retrieved a paper evidence bag and held the bag while Chief Lowry placed the backpack inside an evidence bag. The bag was then taken to the Polk County Sheriff's Office where it was placed in a secure evidence room in the CID division. For most of the day, I continued to assist Texas Rangers in processing the scene where the backpack was located. I took photos of the scene for evidence to include overall, mid-range, and close-up. I took photos of various footwear impressions and tire tracks in the mud and dirt near where I observed many ruts and holes where it appeared a vehicle had become stuck trying to get out. I also observed a tree in the ruts a tree near the ruts in the mud where it appeared that a trailer hitch backed into the tree with considerable force, causing damage to the tree bark in the shape of a square trailer hitch. Photos were taken of the tree as well. Hey, Kalisa. I don't know. Let me do a search and see if it'll tell me, but I don't know if we know or if we will ever know. Okay, this says she was not pregnant. So that answers that question. No, she was not pregnant. Thank goodness. Let me end that poll real quick. Okay. Thank you, Kalisa, for asking because that made me look it up. Okay. While walking the scene, I was alerted by Lieutenant Ranger Clendemnen of a business card laying in the mud dirt approximately 17 feet from the water line and approximately 6 feet from where the backpack was found. I took photos of the business card, which had Polk County Sheriff's Office Deputy Dakota Martinez's name printed on it. Deputy Segura then collected the business card and placed it in a paper evidence envelope. Immediately after finding the business card, I contacted Deputy Dakota Martinez and asked him if he had recently had any contact with a subject named Stephen McDougal, and he stated that he had. I then asked if he gave Mr. McDougal a business card, and he said he did. Dakota further stated that he marked out with Mr. McDougal on Tuesday. Dakota further stated that he marked out with Mr. McDougal on Tuesday night, February 13th of 2024. Dakota stated that Mr. McDougal was speaking to him in reference to narcotics, and Dakota gave McDougal one of his business cards. We assisted with searching this wooded area for child victim 1 with negative results. Let me see if it's the same one. Okay, it is. On February 17th of 2024, I was off work and on another assignment. On February 18th of 2024 at 6 a.m., I again responded out to the 59 South Trinity River Bridge and assisted and coordinated multi-jurisdictional support in the search for child victim 1 until approximately 1700 hours. On February 19th of 2024 at approximately 6 a.m., I was advised by Chief Lowry to respond to the U.S. 59 South Trinity River Bridge where a crime scene had been established. I arrived at 6:53 and assumed the duties of assisting in the search for child victim 1. Multiple emergency response agencies arrived throughout the day to search the grounds, waters, and banks under and near the Trinity River Bridge and Railroad and in the Trinity River from the Lake Livingston Dam down to the Liberty County line. On Tuesday, February 20th of 2024, divers located child victim 1's body in the water next to the bank pylons directly under the 59 South Railroad Bridge. I assisted Chief Lowry and the Texas Rangers on this crime scene by taking photos of the recovery. I also took photos of child victim 1's body once San Juanito County J.P. McGee completed her inquest. child victim one's body was placed in a sealable human remains bag and sealed and locked with a zip tie lock bearing tag number, and it gives that. The boulder or rock that was recovered from the water was placed in Detective Ontiverios's patrol Tahoe and transported to the Polk County Sheriff's Office CID, where it was packaged in a large box and plastic tote. The backpack was turned over to Lieutenant Finnegan and the FBI, and all photos were downloaded and provided to the medical examiner's office. All photos were also downloaded to RMS and made part of this case file. All right, I think this is the last supplement, last 3 pages. Let me make sure. Okay. On the evening of February 15th of 2024, around 6:30, reporting Detective Finnegan was notified by telephone concerning 11-year-old Audrii Cunningham from Livingston, Texas, did not return home from school today. This was reported by her father, Joshua Cunningham. Upon my arrival at the subdivision, I met with several deputies and detectives that had arrived, meeting with them and learning information that it was suspected that the child was reported to have been dropped off at the entrance of the subdivision at the school bus stop by a family friend identified as Don Stephen McDougal. The child never returned home from school, and then learned that the father had received a voicemail from Livingston ISD that the child did not attend school today. Due to all information I received thus far from law enforcement and family members, I authorized an Amber Alert for missing 11-year-old female Audrii Cunningham. Here at the location, I met with McDougal, who was there along with several residents in the area. McDougal stated he lives in a camper on the family property and was woken up by Audrii this morning after 6 a.m. when he and she got into his vehicle, being a blue-colored Suburban. He drove her to the bus stop at the entrance and dropped her off, and he left and went fishing. He was saying that he always drops her off to catch the bus and sometimes waits there with her for the bus or leaves. The previous morning, she had missed the bus, so he had to take her to school and talked about getting stopped and receiving a traffic ticket. I requested McDougal's permission to look inside his Suburban, which he allowed myself and Lieutenant Glenn Edwards to do. The inside was very junky. Seats were torn. By looking at the inside at nighttime with flashlights, we saw nothing alarming in plain view. Later, McDougal was requested to accompany me to the sheriff's office to talk further about important information that he may have that could assist in locating the child, which he consented to do. He was allowed to drive his vehicle to the sheriff's office, where he was followed by other deputies. At the sheriff's office, I met with Texas Ranger Stanzel, where we conducted an audio-video recorded interview with McDougal. Ranger Stanzel began the interview while I was looking into other information. This began around 12:10 a.m. with the interview. McDougal stated that he is the child's uncle and takes care of her while he lives on the family property. He said that he dropped the child off at 7 a.m. He then went to Lake Livingston Village to throw my cast net. He talked about getting up at 5 a.m. to give a friend a ride to work from Matthews Park. I got back home, then she came to knock on the door to take her to the bus stop. I did Adderall and got drunk last night, so I couldn't really sleep. We asked what his thoughts were as to where Audrii was at. He stated he didn't know. She's never done anything like this. We talked about her mom, who she hasn't seen in a long time. He stated that her mom has kidnapped her before. Mom has no rights at all. He described the child as being spoiled rotten. He talked about last night when he and his girlfriend, Michelle Song, broke up last night. So he got drunk. He got up this morning and went to pick up his friend, Deidre Reyes, to take her to work at Murphy's gas station and sat there in the truck with her till she started work. He left her around 6:15 to 6:20 a.m. to go back home. He talks about the child coming to get him to take her to the bus stop. They leave the house and he drops her off and leaves. Audrii is the only child in the subdivision that gets on the school bus. He then leaves and goes to Lake Livingston Estates to throw his cast net getting fish bait. Then he goes to the dam at the bridge and almost gets stuck. I couldn't get down there, so I left and went to the truck stop in Shepherd. I needed brake fluid, so I went there to try to get some fluid. A guy bought me a can, so I went to the next store and got some more from someone. I left there and went to Walmart to get more brake fluid. I then went to Cartoons across from the sheriff's office trying to see if they could see about my brake line. I left there and stopped at a place in town looking at a car for sale. When I left there, I went to Richard's pawn shop to try to sell a radio. I then helped a girl that broke down in front of Brookshire's Brothers that had a wheel fall off. That was around 12. We talked about that. I remembered seeing him there helping the lady. He talked about how after getting home, he helped a lady on FM 1988 that broke down and a sheriff's deputy had just left them. This was verified that Sergeant J. Paskey was the deputy that stopped assisting the person on FM 1988. He saw a friend of his that was walking and picked her up and took her fishing. While he was fishing, Lucky, Audrey's dad, called asking me if I had taken Audrey to school because he got a call from the school. Okay, Karen, good to see you. Southern Cats, Basil. He's over here demanding attention. Going back a few minutes to your woe, didn't she tell a teacher she and her grandma had to hide and lock the door in grandma's room when her dad came home? Yes, yep, she did. She did. You're right, Cindy. Yep. Her school friend says she's excited for her dad to come home. Yeah. That's what she said. I didn't even think about that, Cindy. That was a good catch. I didn't even think about it. Okay, we talked about Cassie, Audrey's mom. He stated that Audrey had him telling her dad that Cassie had been calling him. I asked if Cassie took Audrey. He did not think so. I asked if he thought anyone would take the child. McDougal stated that he hopes and prays that Cassie has her. McDougal became defensive, thinking that Ranger Stenzel is trying to accuse him of doing something. After talking for some time, Ranger Stenzel and I felt at this time we had nothing further to hold McDougal on and had to release him pending further investigation. Ranger Stenzel and I then conducted an interview with Cassie Matthews on Friday, February 16th of 2024 at 3:56 a.m. at the sheriff's office. Cassie stated that she is the bio mother of Audrii Cunningham. We talked about McDougal, and she had been texting each other due to her wanting to see her daughter Audrey if Audrey wanted to. She had thought that McDougal was taking Audrey to school so she could call her if Audrey wanted to. Cassie had no information to assist in the investigation and was released pending further. And then this is the last page that I have. Yeah, and it's the end of the report. On February 16th of 2023, Lieutenant Finnegan obtained an arrest warrant for Don Stephen McDougal in an unrelated case investigation of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for Polk County Sheriff's Office. McDougal was a suspect in an assault case back in August of 2023. The matter had been referred to the Polk County District Attorney's Office for review, and the grand jury... Hold on. For review and grand jury, and was understanding the case was being presented to the grand jury earlier this day, but was not. McDougal was arrested at the sheriff's office at 6:30 p.m., where he was again being questioned into the disappearance of Adrii Cunningham. McDougal was booked into the Polk County Jail. On February 17th, 2024 at 9:50 a.m., FBI agent Jones and I met with a friend of Adrii Cunningham's at Matthews Park, who was aged 10 years old. Agent Jones had set up the meeting with the child's parents. During their talk, the child talked about Audrey and McDougal. She stated that she did not like McDougal and only met him 1 or 2 times and has a bad feeling about him. He would take Audrey to school and a few times. We talked about abuse. The child only knew that Audrii talked about her mother abusing her in the past, but no one else. She knew something about Audrii being kidnapped one time by her mom. She only knew the name Stephen because Audrii talked about having an uncle named Stephen. We talked about tattoos. The child knew that Audrii does tattoos. She tattoos her dad and uncle. Audrii likes to go to the park by her home to calm down. The school bag she carries is a Hello Kitty bag, and she keeps school papers and schoolwork in it. It has a little pink teddy bear and a M.A. on it. The girls never called or texted each other or had never been to her house. We asked the girl if she thought that Audrii was scared of anyone. She said only her mom and Stephen that she knows of. On February 17th of 2024 at 11:48 a.m., Agent Jones and I met with Audrii's father at the sheriff's office for interview. He stated that he met McDougal through a friend named Henry Reyes, and Mom Gail has known McDougal for around a year. He would stay at our house helping my dad with his pressure washing business. My mom has a soft spot for drug rehab people. Really? Really? Hey, Overprotected. Hey, Nene Nut. Yeah, he's a volunteer Uber for the whole neighborhood that day. Maybe he didn't always act like that, and she missed her dad, especially if abuse is common or DV. Maybe. Evidently, Corey, she was scared of Stephen. McDougal would get back on his feet, then move out and later come back. He had never caused problems. So wait a minute, McDougal had been in and out of the property? Okay, wait a minute. He would stay at our home helping my dad with his pressure washing business. My mom has a soft spot for drug rehab people. But yet, Audrii's mom couldn't be a part of her life. Make that make sense. McDougal would get back on his feet, move out, and later come back. He had never caused problems. No one has ever said anything bad about McDougal. My mom, sister, and McDougal would watch out for my kids while I worked off on a tugboat. He works a week on and is then home for a week. McDougal would take Audrii to school for us and would take her fishing a lot in the subdivision. All his family lives in the same house. His father, Philip, mother, Tabitha, and sister, Julie. During our interview with different people, other agents and detectives were at different scenes searching for evidence. One of the locations produced a Hello Kitty backpack, maroon in color. This item was brought to my office for safekeeping by Captain Scott Sinani. On February 17, 2024, the item was turned over to the FBI Special Agent Rogers for processing. See attached receipt of property attached. No further investigation conducted by me in the matter. And that's the end of it. Yeah. It's sad to go through all that case and read all the accounts and documents on it. I find it really weird that Dad was coming home that day, and that's the day that Don Stephen McDougal commits her homicide. It's good to see you, Overprotected. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if she was afraid of Stephen. I think she was, and I think she was scared to say anything. And it reminds me of Maddie and Stefan, how she told her counselor that she hated Stefan, you know? Hold on a minute. Hold on just a minute. There was a video of Audrii giving Stephen that tattoo. I wanted to see if I could locate it. Oh, just so you know, here's a perfect picture of him. Isn't that just lovely? Oh, wait a minute. You can't see it. Isn't that just lovely? Just lovely. Let me look in videos real quick. I don't see it. I'll have to find it. I know it's out there somewhere. Reminds me of my mom who wouldn't let my sister stay at the house when she was pregnant and homeless with a toddler, but let random homeless people stay from a rehab stay for free. I hate people like that. I hate people like that. And that sounds like that's what her grandmother was exactly right. In my opinion, both men are ugly and I'd be scared of them, and I'm an adult. Exactly. Sad, sad situation. Oh, Lordy. I know. I couldn't imagine. And I'm sorry, Kalisa. Thank you for saying that, Cindy. Sometimes I'm not as compassionate as I wish I was. I should have. I'm very sorry as well, and I didn't think to say that. I apologize for that, but I'm sorry that you went through that. That's a hard thing to deal with. You never understand why people make some of the decisions that they make, and why somebody off the street could be chosen off of over family, and it is hurtful. I want to thank y'all for being here and thank you for the support. Please forgive me for my outburst earlier. I got a lot of things going on and my nerves are just on end already, so I do apologize for that. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me and listening to how the case went in the search for Audrii Cunningham, and I appreciate you guys being here with me as we read through it and talked about everything that we learned. I'm glad to know that Stephen McDougal will be in prison for the rest of his life. No, it wasn't. You're good. It wasn't anybody's fault. It's just a misunderstanding. I hope that y'all have a good weekend. I will see you back on Monday. Please make sure to stay safe out there and give your kids extra hugs and kisses and hold all your loved ones safe, including the fur babies. And I will see y'all on Monday. Until then, be safe. Know that you are enough. You are important. You are special and you are loved. And I'll see y'all Monday. Bye.